Okay, so maybe you can start from the history side and then once again, then you move.
Okay, and I hope nobody is objecting to being recorded. It's okay. I think for purposes of even accountability to the sponsor, it's important. Thank you, Richard, for noting that. So I was just mentioning about St. Paul's University, and I said it's one of the oldest higher education institutions, perhaps, and I would think even in the East African region, if not the oldest. Started in 1876, as I had mentioned earlier on, in Fredericton. I hope the year is right. I think that's the correct year. And at that point of the starting point, it was mainly to train freed slaves in vocational skills. Then it became an institution for training of church ministers, largely for what we call the mainstream churches or Protestant churches, if we like, and moved into the current main campus, which is in Limuru campus in Kenya, central part of Kenya, just off some few kilometers from Nairobi. And in 1930, and then it was training, the main focus is training of church ministers. And as I've mentioned, for the mainstream churches, of course, others joined in. So currently we have 5, what we would call the owners of the institution, the trustees actually of the institution. We have the Anglican Church, we have the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, we have the Methodist Church of Kenya, and we have the Reformed Church of East Africa. And then the 5th one is the National Council of Churches of Kenya, which incorporates many other churches into it. So those are the 5 trustees of the institution. And in 2007 is when the institution was chartered and as a university by the Commission for Higher Education, then now currently called the Commission for University Education. Currently, we have 3 faculties. We have the Faculty of Theology, which of course deals mainly with areas of theological education and many other programs, including translation as well. And we also have the Faculty of Business, Computer Science and Communication, and also has different programs in those areas. And finally, we have the Faculty of Social Sciences, which is actually co-hosting this webinar together with the Open Distance and E-Learning Directorate led by Grace Kenyanju, whom I'll give a chance to talk later on. Then maybe as far as online learning is concerned, just allow me to mention this. We are not totally new to online learning. We started this, and Grace may mention this, some years back with a learner management system, and mainly at that point focused on those who are registered as distance learning students. And they are the ones that we started with on online learning. So even when COVID came, we were not totally lost. We had already started it. It was a question of just trying to adjust and training part of our staff, perhaps those who are not trained, and even enhancing that training. So we have had a lot of training in that area. We have also had trainings in pedagogy as well through a program that we developed as an institution. And also we have a blended learning policy as an institution, which we are trying to implement through some of this. So this is actually part of the blended learning, is part of the quality enhancement as far as the area of teaching and learning is concerned. And we also have a strategic plan, which also points to blended learning as one of the key modes of learning as far as the institution is concerned. And also as a focus of the management is that they would want this to be enhanced as we continue. So this is part of it, of that training. And we are grateful that Makerere University team agreed to come and be able to host us, to train us in this through this webinar. Would have wanted it to be longer than this, but there are other circumstances that may not have allowed. And we are so grateful that you've given us time to be able to go through, to at least learn from you in this case. That would help us a lot. So colleagues, you're most welcome, those ones from St. Paul's University, and we are grateful that you were able to join. It's part of learning. We have learned a lot, some of us who have been trained by the people I've mentioned and others I've interacted with. So it's something that I know that we are all going to be learning together. With that, I think I would just give a chance, if you don't mind, to Grace Kenyanjui to make some few remarks, and maybe for the things which I may have even perhaps not remembered to mention. So Grace, you're most welcome. And in case our DVC comes in, then we'll also perhaps give him a chance. Sorry, we may take up just that small time, but it's important, I believe, to begin with. Thank you. Grace, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwangi. Thank you, colleagues, for making time to be here this afternoon. We are indeed very grateful to have you here. We're also very grateful to Richard and team, and particularly to Dr. Mayende, who has given us a warm welcome. We are glad to host you And we are happy to also get a chance to learn from you. I'll make very short remarks in the interests of time, but before I start, just like Dr. Mwangi has already alluded to, yesterday we received the sad news of the demise of our friend and colleague, Madam Mercy Gashia, our academic registrar. In her honor, I'd kindly request us to take a moment of silence, after which we will continue. Thank you. Thank you once again. May the Lord rest her soul in eternal peace, and may we all experience peace and comfort. And let us all continue to pray and stand with the family during this trying and challenging time.
Amen.
Thank you once again. And as Dr. Mwangi has already mentioned, this is part of our this is the first series of our three-part webinar on blended learning. And today's webinar is titled Designing and Onlinizing of Courses. I've been trying to practice that term all day long. For one reason or the other, the flow isn't coming through. It is also a very new term to me. So that's the title for our webinar today. And we are humbled and blessed to have this team from Makerere University, which is well trained in blended learning and online education, to help us demystify the blended learning subject. As we start, I will not repeat what Dr. Mwangi has already talked about, but I need to do a special mention in this regard, because recently Dr. Mwangi was certified in the blended learning practice and developing people. It is on his goodwill that we have been able to ride on his connection with the Makerere University team. And therefore, this collaboration has been possible, and courtesy of him, we have this team of experts today who will help us to address this subject. And more so because during the COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent closure of the university and our transitioning to emergency remote teaching, and also grappling with the issues of resumption of face-to-face learning where we are at the moment, we have been able to pick glaring gaps in our delivery. And part of the challenge has been, even though we've been having Odell for a number of years now, actually it has been quite a problem for most people to balance between face-to-face delivery and online education delivery. Why that has happened, and this is now from my own observation, is because people have tried to replicate what happens in the face-to-face learning environment, which sometimes may not work well for the online environment. And seeing that there's a sense of normalcy coming back, but again, we are not able to have everyone on campus because of the obvious needs of observing the COVID-19 protocols. It has increasingly become difficult for a few of us to sort of strike a balance between the two. And more so because over time now, we have been educated through another blended learning program that we are a part of us are participating in. We have been made to understand that blended learning is a thoughtful fusion of face-to-face and online learning experiences. What we are observing is people who are actually doing online classes, sometimes just for convenience, or not just being able to strike a balance between what should be covered online and what should be covered in the classroom. And so for us to move from that point to a desirable point where there's a good blend between the two, hence the need for this kind of elaborate training so that we acquire the necessary skills, knowledge, and competencies to make that transition. So that's part of the motivation for this training, and we are grateful that after consolidated efforts and consultations here and there, this day has come and we have begun our first session. Again, from our history, we have the strategic plan for 2016-2025 to the year 2025. We have always pursued blended learning, and one of the strategies has been that 40% delivery should be online. 40% delivery for each course should be online. Again, this has been possible to some extent, though not in its entirety. But we do appreciate that even though COVID has had a lot of damages during the time that we have had COVID, we've gotten a chance to sort of begin the efforts for rolling out blended learning for particularly on-campus students. And as it stands now, the motivation is to strengthen our uptake for blended learning, and not just do that, but move towards quality provision for the same. As I finish, I think it would just be prudent to appreciate the Association for Commonwealth Universities, who have the Association for Commonwealth Universities, where the Pebble project falls under, and who have graciously sponsored these webinars, again through the intervention of Dr. Mwangi, who has been through the program from the onset to completion. And we are also grateful to Makerere University. We know that they have been a partner university in this particular project. For St. Paul's University, we have been a participant university within the project, and a few of us have been involved here and there. But we are grateful to God that all that has come to fruition, and the aftermath has been this session. Now, as we go into this training, perhaps I would just like to challenge my colleagues that we open up our minds to this new reality of teaching. And I know that one of the expectations that we all have is to be able to seamlessly transition to blended learning while having moved from fully online teaching during the COVID period and having previously come from face-to-face teaching. But for me, I think the expectation is by the end of this, that I'm able to learn how to pitch myself as an enabler and facilitator of the learning process. And also that we can all learn how to look at our expected learning outcomes and activities and how they inform each other. And I'm sure that with skills and knowledge on how to navigate through this, we can count ourselves as blended learning champions. So with those few remarks, I would wish to stop there. I'm not sure if our Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs has now been able to join us, but over to you, Dr. Mwangi, and thank you once again, colleagues, and our facilitators for making time to be part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. I think I've not seen the DVC AA having joined us, and thank you, Grace. You are speaking now like someone who is trained in blended learning. Maybe for our colleagues from Makerere, we've been training 29 of our colleagues through a blended learning mode on blended learning, but we thought it's good to incorporate everyone through this webinars. That's why the webinars came into be. I think I've discussed that with Richard. And with that, if our DVC comes in, maybe perhaps we'll give him time to say something or to give an address to us. For now, I think I'll hand it over back to Richard. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you so much, Mwangi, Suleiman, Kairu. Those are the names for that.
Correct.
The musician. I know they shall get a chance for you to sing for us one of these days. I know all for I have met with you. You have sung a song. Okay. Let me call upon Professor Paul Moyin, Deputy Principal of the College of Education and External Studies, to come and also give some opening remarks, but also welcoming remarks. Welcome our colleagues from St. Paul's University, Kenya. So Professor Muyinda, over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm delighted to once again meet Suleiman, because we just met him hardly 3 months ago when he was supporting us in alternative assessment modalities. Little did I know that the collaboration is going to continue so that we can be able to continue learning from each other. Indeed, to me, I think this particular exercise is an exercise of learning from each other so that we can be able to find gaps in our offerings, in our different offerings, and we'll be able to plug those gaps. So my name is Paul Muyinda. I'm a professor of open distance and e-learning at Makerere University, and also the deputy principal of the College of Education and External Studies. I also have another engagement in the university at Makerere, where I'm charged with taking a committee which is responsible for fast-tracking the implementation of ODEL at Makerere University during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I was happy when Richard and colleagues told me that there is a plan that St. Paul's University is brewing, a plan of organizing this kind of sharing event or training workshop for onlinizing, for the onlinization of academic programs, courses at the University of St. John's University. At that time, onlinization was coined from here at Makerere University because we wanted just to have a verb which could be able to help us to shorten the word of putting courses online and putting pedagogical courses online. So we looked out for a word which could be able to help us, and we coined that word, onlinization. I am also happy to learn that St. Paul's University indeed is actually one of the oldest universities, 1876. That's quite a period. Makerere University will just be making 100 years in 2022, and plans are actually underway to celebrate that. And we will invite our colleagues, our partners, to come and participate in the celebration activities. Some of the celebration activities include publishing, writing research articles together, showcasing different things that we have attained in the years, different collaborations that we've attained. And I would regard that this particular collaboration, I regard it as one of those collaborations that is ripe for showcasing, a collaboration between Makerere University and St. John's University. Those are some of the collaborations we can showcase as we celebrate our 100 years. I also take sympathy upon, I give you sympathy upon the demise of your academic registrar, and to say sorry for that. And we pass on our sympathies to the university and to the family, to the bereaved family, for losing your academic registrar. It is indeed a sad moment, but you are here and life has to continue. So sorry for that. This training is going to be organized, it has been organized, and it's going to be conducted by mainly staff from the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning at Makerere University. And I'm sure that my colleague, the director of this institute, has been able to give you the history of this institute. And so without wasting much time, I would want us to dive deep into the program, and wish you well as we continue to pursue for excellency in open distance and e-learning provision within our institutions. Thank you very much for giving Makerere University the opportunity to learn together with St. Paul's University. And thank you so much, St. Paul's University, whenever we call upon you also to come and be able to give us some knowledge and skills in some areas where we feel we are not very conversant, you have readily come in. And that is the spirit of sharing and the spirit of collaboration. Let this spirit continue so that we can be able to advance our institutions to the greatest heights. Thank you, and over to you, Richard.
Thank you so much, Prof. Moyin, for those remarks. I don't know, Suleiman, I don't know whether the DVC is now in or we can go to the next item.
He has joined and would request maybe we give him some time to make his remarks. Grace, yes. I believe I'm right. Yes. Yes. Welcome, Professor Ngure. We thank you for joining. We had just started with the remarks, and I think almost all of us have made our remarks. But maybe lastly, before I give the DVC, please, Makerere team, you're most welcome to St. Paul's University. It's a very beautiful place with tea and very green and all that. So very beautiful. So you're most welcome once we are through with these issues of COVID. Thank you. Our DVC, Professor Ngure, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suleiman Mwangi. And thank you so much, our colleagues and partners from the great university, Makerere University. It's a university that I have very deep respect for. By the way, Dr. Mwangi, I've had opportunity to collaborate with Makerere between 2015 to 2018. I was spearheading a program called CATA, and CATA had very firm collaborations with the School of Public Health. And we had opportunities to use the facilities around Colombo for PhD seminars, which would last for a whole month. We'll be staying at Hotel Africana. So there are many friends. I have many friends at Makerere. We had conferences, etc. So it's a great university. You lead the way. We really want to commend the university for being a trailblazer of research and innovations. I've been following very closely the advances and the involvement of your government in supporting research, some of them unprecedented. The major grant you got sometime last year, and many other achievements. Now to issues around e-learning. I've been briefed very well by Dr. Mwangi on the PEBL program and how Makerere has worked so well with Dr. Mwangi and other colleagues, Grace Kinyanjui, our director, Dale, and others, through learning and even exchanging ideas. And that is really commendable. On behalf of St. Paul's University, I wish to reconfirm our commitment to collaborate with you in this initiative and many others that as opportunities arise. I'll make my comments very brief so that I can allow you to proceed. And first, my apologies for joining it late. A group from Busia, Kenya walked into my office and they needed advice and we couldn't ask them to go to Busia and come back later. I just want to reiterate the fact that Dr. Mwangi and Madam Kinyanjui have done a splendid job here at St. Paul's University. We transitioned very smoothly from the face-to-face to the e-learning, V-learning, as we call it here. And now we are on the blended mode. And Mwangi and Kinyanjui have been in the front line of encouraging not just students, but also staff to switch their gears. Before we came to this COVID era, Dr. Mwangi had ably organized a very intensive pedagogy training, which he has converted into a postgraduate diploma, and we commend him for that. So we've been thinking that we get an opportunity now, not just to talk about the usual e-learning, but also to take it to the level where we are thinking more about the quality of teaching and learning. I know there was more emergency adaptation last year and part of this year, but now we've entered an era where we can up our game and move towards enhancing and offering quality education using the available platforms and emerging technologies. As we do that, we've realized that the training in pedagogy that is suitable for on-site face-to-face learning is not sufficient enough to help our staff and students to run the V-learning and also to run the blended learning mode. Dr. Mwangi came up with a very good policy which went through Senate and was approved on blended learning. That is again before COVID hit us. So we've been thinking in a rather innovative way, and now this is the time for us to showcase the meaning and the depth around blended learning. And as we do that, my opinion is that we need to revisit the pedagogy. Even the pedagogy of e-learning that was there before COVID, I'm sure now there are many, many new ideas that have come through. How do we prepare ourselves to engage with our students on the virtual platforms and beyond? How do we optimize that which is already there? We need to think about outcomes, and Dr. Mwangi and Grace have been emphasizing on our need to really rethink around the outcomes that we want to obtain and the implications around there. And then we also need to think, in my opinion, about the future directions, the post-COVID era when it comes. How can we prepare for that future and for any other emergency that can easily catch up with us? How can we leverage on the progress that we've already made? I would also want us to really have very focused debates on the emerging instructional technologies, simulation. How do we help our engineering students in Makerere, our nursing students at St. Paul's, et cetera, our theologians out there in the affiliate colleges? Which technologies are most appropriate for our environment and our ecosystem? There are so many free open source technologies that are available. How do we even choose and prioritize which technologies are best suited? Here at St. Protect the argument around and debates around the best examination platforms. We are almost agreeing, but I've really liked the way we've gone. The ICT guys saying no to this one and yes to the other one. The education is saying, no, we don't need that. We need to move away from rote memory and the typical examinations, etc. But at the end of the day, again, the regulatory arm of education, CUE, coming in and saying, no, you still need a platform. The debates around, can we create our own platforms instead of depending on platforms that have been generated out there, and when they get into trouble, they may not be responsive. Now, this is the group of experts that will help us in shaping such discourses and arriving at outcomes that will help us to move forward and be on the cutting edge. The other issue that I would really invite you to help us with, to think around the whole arena of student evaluation and feedback mechanisms. How can we monitor student participation, student attendance? We've been having, our policies are almost being rendered redundant when you say 75% attendance and the student says, no, I don't have bundles. I'll listen to the lecture afterwards and I'll still benefit. Then even the whole arena of continuous assessment, we need, I'm sure it is redefined on this blended mode. It's even much more complicated when you have a blended mode. Which way do we go? How do we distribute the marks? How do we gauge the student's achievement? How do we ensure that whatever the student has done is attributed to the student rather than to the neighbors and other people that may help? So there's so much on the table, and thank God for Grace and Sleiman, who have put up this together, and the ACU for helping us to support this, and of course to Makerere University for agreeing to partner with us. We are a much, much smaller university compared to Makerere, but it's not about size, it's about value addition. So I'm praying that for the sessions that you'll have and for the more elaborate training that you'll offer to selected faculty who will again graduate and be our TOTs, that all this will come in. I want to encourage our lecturers, both full-time and part-time, to really engage rather than just listen and consume, to engage and share their experiences so that we can leverage on those experiences to produce the best graduates. With those many remarks, once again, welcome to St. Paul's, and I want to officially declare this workshop officially opened. Unfortunately, I won't be able to join you, but I hope the sessions are being recorded so that I can be able to engage with them. Because as you've heard, we are managing an emergency at this end, but we know God will help us to come out strong. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Mwangi and Madam Grace and the teams. And thank you so much in advance, all facilitators and participants. We wish you the very best. Thank you very much. And back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ngure, our DVCAA, for those remarks. Yes, the sessions are being recorded, so we'll have the recordings, I believe, from Richard's side. And thank you also for the challenges you've thrown to us. I believe not just to us as St. Paul's, but even to Makerere and as academicians. I think it's some very good challenges on our side on some of the issues. Hopefully, as we finish the sessions, we may have tried to answer or maybe even answered some of those ones. So over to you, Richard, so that you don't take much more time. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mwangi. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor, Professor Ngure. Professor Moyin, are you on? Professor
Yes,
Moyin?
I'm on. Yes,
Professor
I'm
Moyin,
on.
please, I'm kindly requesting you to give some thank you comments to the Vice Chancellor and also some responses to the issues that he has raised.
Sorry, it is the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs for clarity. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the question to the Deputy Vice Chancellor.
Yes, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs of St. John's University for the articulation of the needs and the way forward that we need to do to have as universities, so as to have quality assured within our program. The DVC talked about the emergency nature in which we rolled out ODL, or in which we rolled out distance education. And this emergency nature we must ensure that quality is adhered to. Otherwise, many people out there will not actually imagine that this was the emergence of ODL. For them, they think this is how ODL is supposed to be done. So as universities, I'm very happy that the DVC has pointed out this, that we must keep to the quality of offering of these programs. Thank you so much, DVC, Academic Affairs, for your articulation on this. And thank you so much also for embracing modern pedagogy, or embracing these transformative pedagogies. Because many universities actually that were not having responsive administrators are still in the limbo. In Uganda here, we have a number of universities that have never done anything to move ahead, and they're still in the limbo. Their students have not been able to learn at all, because what I found out is that when you have very versatile administrators, then you are able to move into areas that are innovative. You are able to try out many issues. But so Makerere University had such a DVC, and now I'm seeing that St. John's University also had such a DVC. And that's how both universities have been able to move ahead, even under these challenges. So thank you so much for being so dynamic leaders. And thank you so much, Mwangi, also for standing in and being able to match with the requirements of the administrators and then moving your universities ahead. Thank you so much. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you so much, Prof. Minda, for those remarks. And I thank Dr. Mwangi and our DVCA and A for those remarks. So let's now move into the program. I know that we have taken some, we just show you the program once again. We are around here on the program, but we should actually be around here. So we're going to rush through the next items so that we really have the break at 4 o'clock. So we shall have to have all these items very briefly done Next, I'd like to call upon my colleague, Mr. Joseph Watuleke, to introduce the different facilitators that day and probably of the entire program. We have quite a number of people who are going to support this training. Joseph?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Richard, and all from Akira University Institute of Open and E-Learning. In the interest of time, I will not say anything much. I'll go straight to the program. Like Richard has said, we have quite a number of facilitators that will be working with us in this training. And already we have heard from Professor Paul Virevu Muyinda, who is one of the facilitators, and I will not ask him to introduce himself again. And then Dr. Godfrey Mayende has already talked to us, who is another facilitator. And Richard is our lead facilitator. You have already, you will be knowing him in details. And now let me call upon Dr. Jamia Mayanja to introduce herself to us as one of the facilitators we shall be meeting in this training. Dr. Jamia, could you show your face to the members? And say something. Dr. Mayanja, are you able to speak?
I'm happy.
Sorry, Dr. Jamia, you seem to be having a connection problem. Okay, that is Dr. Jamia Mayanja. You've seen her in the photo. Her connection could be problematic. We have Dr. Harriet Nabshao. Could you please say hello to us? Dr. Harriet, could you unmute? Dr. Harriet Nabshao has just dropped off. Could be connection, I don't know.
If you can move to the next.
Okay, let's move to the next. Sorry for the facilitators dropping off. We hope this will not happen during the training. It's just connection issues. And the weather has changed in here in Uganda. So the next on the list is Mr. Johnny Wikenya. Could you please introduce yourself to the participants? Mr. Johnny Wikenya. Okay, in the interest of time, we shall move on. You will come to see him. Mr. Nazarias Turiakira.
Yes. Hello, Joseph. Hello, Joseph.
Yes, Nazarias.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
I just can hear you and we can see you.
Yes. I want to welcome our colleagues from St. Paul University, Kenya, and wish them well, a very good training with us here. And hopefully that by the end of the training, we shall take home something for our students and the entire faculty. You are welcome. Back to you, Joseph.
Thank you so much, Nazarias. Thank you. And the next on the list is Mr. Arthur Mugisha. Could you please introduce yourself, maybe in Swahili?
Much, Joseph. Why would you want me to speak Swahili when you don't understand it yourself? But I'm definitely happy to be part of this training, and I'm also happy
you fit
to
well in St. Paul. We shall export you.
No, I'm happy to meet my colleagues from Kenya, St. Paul's University. It is indeed an honor and an opportunity to serve us, to collaborate and serve one another. We shall be interacting more as we move on in the training. Thank you so much, and you're most welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Arthur. Suleiman, if we ask you to export him, you welcome him because he fits well. His Swahili is much better than
thank you, Joseph.
Our professors of Swahili in Uganda. Thank you. We have Dr. Samuel Siminyu.
Hello, members. I'm glad to be here. I hope you're hearing me.
Yes, we can.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I wish everybody a good trek through here. I see a few familiar faces. I hope to get to know a few more. Wish you all well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samuel. And we have Dr. Harriet Najemba from
yes.
Also, please introduce yourself to us.
Yes, thank you so much. Colleagues from St. Paul University, Kenya, you are welcome. I'm Harriet Najemba, and it's a pleasure to have you with us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harriet. And on our team, we also have a technical support team who are behind the machines to help us with the connections and the Zoom management. And with us, we have Michael Ntende. Mr. Michael Ntende, could you please introduce yourself?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ntende Mike. You're welcome. St. Paul University from Kenya. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And I think that is the entire team that we are going to be working with as we progress. With myself, Joseph Watuleke, I'm part of the team. Thank you. Back to you, Richard.
Thank you so much, Joseph. For the interest of those who hadn't yet seen my face, I can as well show my face. This is the face of Richard Kajumbula, a facilitator for that day. And for this, the next programs as program manager. So the next item, therefore, on our agenda is to go through our workshop expectations. And let me invite Dr.
Richard, I'm seeing as if John Bukenya wants to, he's now on, could have introduced himself, yes.
All right. So, John.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. My name is John Bukenya from the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning, Makerere University. I'm also very happy to be with the colleagues from St. Paul University, Kenya, and enjoy the training.
Okay, thank you so much, John Bukenya. Harriet, please, you can briefly take us through the workshop expectations.
Okay, Richard, thank you so much. Colleagues, of course, we are going to rush into a number of things because of in the interest of time. But we normally want to listen to one another, and we would like you to share with us the expectations you have out of this workshop. Of course, you have ideas what you think you are going to learn by the end of this training, but we would love to hear from you. And I would like to request Godfrey, if you can give us Menti and guide our colleagues on how to get to Menti. I would like for our colleagues from St. Paul University to share at least one expectation they have from this training. So Godfrey, if you can guide our colleagues on how to get onto Menti, please.
Godfrey, can you
Thank
hear?
you
Godfrey, can you speak now?
Yes, thank you very much. I hope I can be able to speak. And everyone, I have put up a link in the chat, which you can use to, when you go to the link, you can be able to enter your expectations. Put the link up. I have some challenges with my sound, but I hope you can.
Okay, I think Godfrey has put a link in the chat to the Menti meter or the Menti activity. When you go to www.menti.com, when you go to this website, you'll be asked for a code. When you enter that code, you'll find a space which Godfrey has created for us to be able to contribute, our expectations. So we type in that space and then we submit. So we can as well go there. We can minimize this screen of Zoom. You can minimize the Zoom screen, then you open another screen, go to www.menti.com, or you can go directly to the link that he has put in the chat. There's a link there that he has put in the chat. When you go to that link, it'll take you to the Menti meter, and then you type in there the expectation.
Okay, thank you, Richard, for clarifying on that. So expecting, we are 90 in the house. So at least if we can have around 30 to 40 expectations, that would be good enough. So if we can have at least one from each one of us,
Okay, so
see.
Harriet,
Yes,
Harriet,
please.
When
yes.
you use the link, it will take you directly to the space you're supposed to type. So you don't need to use the code. If you use the link which is in the chat, to give you that box, you type in the box, and then you'll be able to share. If you go to the website www.menti.com, then there you will need the code. But they have started coming in, Harriet, so you can speak into them.
Yes, I'm really excited that expectations have started coming in. One expects to be able to balance face-to-face and online teaching. This is good because, as we said, the issue is how to go on with blended learning. And then another expects to understand how best to carry out teaching and learning using blended learning. This is point on. Yes, still in our area of blended learning. Another one of us expects to learn how to prepare materials for online teaching. This is good because when we are talking about blending, we are talking about both online and face-to-face. So one of us expects to learn how to prepare materials for online teaching. And then one expects to understand the difference between online learning and blended learning. Yes, good. Be able to be conversant in using the blended learning, okay. Effective ways of delivering blended learning, good. Acquire skills of teaching and assessing online. Learn what blended and probably blended learning is all about and how I can use it on other programs, okay. So I can see I've gone through all of them, but the thread I see is the issue to do with learning how to use blended learning, learning how to develop online study materials, learning how to facilitate learners both in an online environment and in face-to-face. So basically, the expectations that our colleagues have are really the expectations of this workshop. We believe that by the time you are through with this training, you'll be able to develop quality online courses. This is to do with the materials that you're going to develop, that you'll be able to facilitate online, because developing courses is one thing and facilitating online is another. So we believe that you'll be able to get these skills. And then we also believe that you'll be able to upload your courses, because you can develop them, but there is a lot of learning to do on what to put where. So we believe that you'll also be able to do that. And like we've been saying, we've been sharing a lot. We had St. Paul University training us earlier, about 3-4 months back, and now we are coming here training them. So we expect that by the end of this training, we will have built a community of practice of ODL practices. So we believe that we are going to be able to learn from one another as we go along and continue to motivate one another in the areas of open distance and e-learning practices. So briefly, I think that's what I can say about these expectations of the training. So thank you so much. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Harriet, for that. And thank you, colleagues, for telling us what you expect. Of course, we shall keep reviewing this. It's being recorded. We shall keep looking at that record as we progress. And if there are issues that we hadn't put in our program, but we feel can have time to handle them, at least to meet that one person's expectation, we shall try to put them. There are many issues that will come up in the discussions that we're going to have. Issues of assessment will come up, but they will come up incidental to the discussions that we're going to have. So I really believe that we shall be able to meet those expectations. Let me call now my colleague, Professor Moyin, just in a few minutes to give us an introduction to blended learning. Prof. Moyin.
Oh. Hello, Richard.
Yes, please.
Yes, I am on, and we are going to use the same method that Godfrey has just used to enable us go through. I guess I see that colleagues from St. John's University have a vast experience. So St. Paul's, yes. St. Paul's University have a vast experience on when it comes to issues of blended learning, online learning, and so on. So what we are going to go through are simply revision activities, just to set the stage as we dig deep into the area of blended learning course development. So we are going to have just a revision, and I want to know how St. Paul's University has been defining some of these terms as they go along adoption of e-learning and blended learning within their university. So the first term that I will ask Godfrey to flash for us is distance education. So I am calling upon colleagues from St. Paul's University to tell us how you've been defining distance education in your institution, so that then we can be able to see whether to see how this has been on. So Godfrey, please put for me the first term as being distance education.
Professor, you can still see my, what screen are you seeing on the screen?
Definitions.
I'm seeing the screen. I'm seeing the screen with the definitions. So the first definition that I wanted to start with is how our colleagues have been defining the term distance education.
Okay, distance education is there. Hello, is there anyone finding some challenges accessing the link? The link is now here. The link is in the chat. But if you want to use the code as well, I can share the code as well. 4257 4256.
The term that we're defining as per our St. Paul, I know you, how have you been defining distance education? Learning taking place without face-to-face contacts between learners and student via use of technology. Do we have others coming through? A blend interaction of face-to-face and online teaching. Do we have other definitions coming through? We have a number of them, so we don't have a lot of time. Off classroom learning. education for students not physically present. Distance education, teaching and learning where the student and teachers are at a distance from each other, and the teaching and learning does not happen at the same time. Okay, learning outside the classroom. Engaging with learners virtually. Okay, so now I know that many other definitions will come through, but we see that there is a thread. There is a thread going through all these definitions, and the thread is that the learner and the teacher or the institution are separated in time and place. They are separated in time and place. So the learner can be if you are separated in time, you can be in different time zones. If you are separated by distance, it means you are away from your institution or from the lecturer who is offering you tuition and so on. So this is what, this is the thread, the kind of thread that I am seeing cutting through these definitions. And to be able to bridge the separation, to be able to bridge the separation, I can see that there is a thread coming through of technology. The technology is the one that is actually in between the learner and the learner and the instructor, or the learner and the institution. There is technology there. Now, this technology could be e-technology, it could be e-technology, or it could be print technology, because let's not forget that printed materials are also a technology. When COVID-19 came here in Uganda, our National Curriculum Development Center, or Ministry of Education, decided to print materials to circulate to all the primary and secondary school students, simply because we could not use the e-technology. Because the e-technology in some locations wasn't there. So we decided to use the print technology. So that physical distance or physical location is actually bridged using technology in distance education. But the key point is the learner and the teacher are separated. The students are not on campus, they are virtually located. So thank you very much, colleagues, for that. That's a good understanding of distance education. Now, Godfrey, you're going to put for me another term in the same place there. Put for me another term called online learning or online education. And once again, I want colleagues again to give me their definitions, the way this has been defined at St. Paul's University. Godfrey? So Godfrey has put online learning or online education. Again, colleagues, kindly type in how you've been understanding or how you have conceived online learning or online education at St. Paul's University. Are we still together?
We are using the same link. Actually, you just have to, when you submit, you can resubmit again, because you have put the possibility of submitting many times.
Can you put the same link? Are you putting the same link in the chat?
It's still there in the chat because they're just using the same link.
It may have, somebody may have just joined now and they may not be able to see the link.
Okay, I'll just
so you can put it there, and also the code for accessing that particular room. We are simply getting some revision of what we have done, but now we just want to share the understanding, our understanding of the different terminologies that we have whenever we're talking about blended learning or online learning or distance learning. So use of computers or remote access to link the students and the instructors. Okay. Teaching distance learners using technology. Good. That's good. Let's have more. Godfrey, can you scroll down? Learning that utilizes online technologies to aid teaching and learning asynchronously. Online interaction between learners and tutors, use of technologies. Okay, so can I ask somebody to give us a thread? May I ask somebody to raise up their hand and give us a thread that they are seeing coming through? Anyone who can volunteer? I can just speak from the names here. I can just pick somebody to give us a, never knew you could be the one to be picked. So just prepare. Okay, I can ask Esther Marima. Esther Marima, to give us a thread. Esther? Oh, is it Esther that has unmuted?
Technology.
Yes.
The use of gadgets in teaching and learning.
Yes. Yes, Helen, I also see Helen's hand. Helen Mugambi.
Yes, online learning whereby the learners learn through the internet or a platform.
Good, thank you very much. Yeah, now you're seeing that you have defined distance education as a separation of learners and the teachers in time and space. And you said that you can either use technology, and the technology can be print or it can be electronic. Now, when we use electronic technology to connect up these learners, these distance learners, then we are in online learning. So online learning, hello? So online learning,
sorry,
now.
Prof, there are two, I think, people whose mics keep on coming on. Caroline and Precious Joanne, kindly mute your mics completely. You keep on coming on, that's where the interference is coming from. Thank you, Prof, go on.
Okay, thank you very much. So as we were defining distance learning, we said it's a separation of learners from their instructors in terms of time and space. And then we said that they are connected using some medium, and that medium is technology. And so we talked about two types of technology, the e-technology and the print technology. Now, when we take the root of the e-technology, that means that we are talking about online learning or online distance education which is online. In fact, nowadays, the term distance education is fast phasing out, and we are increasingly using online education or online learning to mean distance education, because now technology has come in. In the earlier days, we used to have different generation. I mean, we used to have the first generation of distance education, which used mainly to use print-based technology to connect up learners. But now we are increasingly using electronic gadgets. So that is the distinguishing feature in terms of online learning or online education. So these technologies could be internet. It could also be, it's actually mainly internet, which is connecting up the learner and the materials, the learners and the lecturers, the learner and the fellow learner. So that is quite important. Thank you very much for these definitions, and for the way you're understanding it. I think is also the way we have been understanding it here at Makerere University. Then we go to another term called e-learning. E-learning, because there are many terms. There are many terms that are being talked about: e-learning, online learning, And depending on where one is coming from, many of these terms are being used interchangeably. So we need to be able to know how to differentiate between these terms so that, and it was one of the expectations that I saw here, that members wanted to really be able to differentiate between these different terms, e-learning, online learning, distance learning, and so on, so that we become abreast with all these terms. So e-learning, how has St. Paul, I know we're told that that you have just that you are able to have your policy on e-learning or policy on distance learning passed. I'm sure that these terms were some of the terms that were defined in the beginning of the policy before you could be able to articulate your policy statement. So what agreement did you reach at St. Paul in terms of e-learning, in terms of the term e-learning? How did you define it? Richard, you have to tell us the time that we are left with so that we don't shoot beyond.
We can go for 5 more minutes. We can go up to 20, actually 35 past. So let's have only 6 more minutes. 6
more minutes. So let me just have two definitions. Members type quite fast, and we just go to the last one, which will be blended learning. Oh, some people are saying they are having challenges logging into Menti. Oh, sorry. So e-learning. Again, you have Godfrey has shared the link again, which you can click on and then type in the code 4257-4256. The last question is, we are trying to share how St. Paul defines the term e-learning, or how St. Paul defined e-learning in their policy, the policy which was approved even before COVID-19 came on board. So learning through the use of electronic technologies. Good. Now we can just, for purposes of saving time, we can just look at this learning through the use of electronic technologies. Indeed, this is very, very accurate answer. Once you're using any technologies, whether these technologies are using internet or not using internet, for example, if you're just using a simple projector in the classroom, for as long as it's electronic, then we say you're using e-learning. If you're using any technology in the classroom, any technology that you're using for purposes of teaching and learning, then we say you're using e-learning. But if that technology requires connectivity to the internet, and you are connecting to a given resource on the internet, whether you are accessing a quiz or an examination on the internet, you are accessing a resource on the internet, you are accessing a teacher on the internet, then that is what we call online. So online learning is some form of e-learning, but which employs technologies that are connected to the internet. E-learning also e-learning can use technologies that are connected to internet, or it may use technologies that may not be connected to the internet. If you are using your mobile phone to read a manuscript, and the manuscript is stored locally on your mobile phone, then you are also engaging in e-learning, even if you are not connected on the internet. So the last term that we want to look at is blended learning. Blended learning. Okay, blended learning. Godfrey, again, put for me that term, blended learning. So we want again to share into how St. Paul University has defined blended learning. St. Paul, how did you define blended learning? If you are not able to type, you can even put up your hand and be able to mention. You can just be able to put up your hand and mention and tell us how your university has defined blended learning for those who may not be able to type. Those who have failed to log in to Menti, yeah. Okay, combination of both online and face-to-face, use of online and face-to-face session, blended learning, combination of both online and physical learning, learning which has a carefully designed mix of online and face-to-face and or virtual or web conferencing learning. It is where you have integrated both the online learning and the face-to-face learning at a certain percentage. Yes, Godfrey, go down, there's that one, a mix of face-to-face instruction and online learning. Okay, once again, can we get somebody to tell us the thread that they're seeing permeating through these definitions? Anyone who is willing, put up your hand and dissect through these terms or through these definitions that have just come on. Or I will pick on Duncan Ondo. Duncan, are you with us here, Duncan? Duncan. Okay, if Duncan is not here with us, I can choose another person. John Nganga. John Nganga. Admin, can people be able to unmute themselves? Maybe they are failing to unmute.
Yes, they can be able to unmute themselves.
Okay. Okay, John Nganga. I am not able to pronounce the name probably, but it could be John Nganga or something. Yeah, maybe, I think. Okay, John, what about Margaret Muthoka Chai? Margaret, can you be able to speak? All right, looks like people cannot be able to.
There is a hand from Helen.
Okay, Helen.
Yes, I wanted to contribute and say blended learning is a teaching which integrates both technology and digital, and also we embrace our traditional way of doing activities in class and instructions in class. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the definitions here, I see two terms that I can be able to. It is purposive integration. Purposive integration. It's not just a mix, not just an integration, but purposive. You have to look at, if you say it's a mixture of face-to-face and online, you have to look at what students can best achieve from the face-to-face and what students can best achieve from the online. and then you integrate the two. Because when it means that when you integrate the two purposively, then you are going to enhance the learning experience of the learner, because the most important thing is the learner is at the center of the stage. So if you mix technologies, for example, if you get technologies which the learners cannot be able to access, and also you say, now, because I want to use technology, let me mix technology, and you bring in technologies learners cannot be able to access, even bring in technologies which don't have the pedagogical affordances of what you want them to achieve, and then your mix is not purposive. So blended learning, therefore, should be a careful, somebody said here, a careful fusion of teaching maybe technologies, or a careful fusion of teaching methodologies, because it does not only end at technologies, it also looks at methodologies that you are going to use. So a careful fusion of these methodologies, so that maybe you would say, I want to use collaboration here, I want learners to collaborate here, but I want learners to do an independent assignment. So those are methodologies that you mix to be able to have the learner achieve the highest level of learning experience. So because we don't have much more time, we will just stop at that. But in this training, we shall be using these terms interchangeably. We shall just be using these terms interchangeably. Already we have looked at our first term, which we coined at Makerere, which comes from online, putting courses online, which is onlinization. So you will hear members also talk about onlinization, putting courses online, or pedagogically making sure that your courses are well structured and purposively put online for learners to be able to achieve the highest learning experience. Thank you. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you so much, Prof. Menda, for that opening presentation on what we're doing exactly. And so my role, in just 2 to 3 minutes, I'm just going to give you a short tour of one of the online content of one of the courses that we have here. I know that you're familiar with Moodle. This one is in the editing mode, so that I can be able to show you more. So this is one of the courses that we have, and we always try to show our colleagues the kind of courses that we have, so that probably they can also adopt or adapt or even suggest improvements on the same. So this is one of the courses called Research Methodology and Design. It has a section for announcements, and it's in Moodle. If you're familiar with the Moodle platform, and then it has a welcome message. This welcome message can be written like this, or it can be a short video. And then it has some links to vital resources like outcomes, like frequent asked questions, like a study guide. And then it has a section for resources and tools, a section where we have—
Richard, there is a hand.
Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Dr. Tuya.
Yes, Dr. Tuya.
Okay, thank you. I had a question from the previous presentation. I wanted to know if blended learning can be done purely online, because our responses were face-to-face. That was the aspect of face-to-face. Thank you.
Okay. Prof. Moyin, please.
Yes, you can have blended learning on pure online, because that type of blended learning where you are using different technologies online, that also is blended learning. For instance, you could be using Zoom, like for synchronous interactions, and then you're using your learning management system for asynchronous learning and synchronous interaction. That way we can say you have blended technologies. You have blended technologies, or you have also blended the methodologies. You can blend by your online education, where you are having, for example, students partake of group work, group activities. They partake of group activities, and also you say, okay, in addition to group activities, I'm also going to have students take individual activities. Now there you're blending approaches. Okay, so there are different even teaching and learning strategies that you can blend online as well. But many times in our context, when we are talking about blended learning, people are meaning using face-to-face and online. But even in face-to-face teaching, you can also blend in face-to-face teaching. There are different approaches of face-to-face teaching which you can also blend. But the generally accepted norm now is blending of some teaching which can take place in person, maybe in the lab, where you want students to take some lab experiments and they do them physically, and then they can have some lectures online. They can have interactions online. They can have also interactions in a face-to-face manner. So I think that's what most people here now understand by blended learning. But blended learning can be in either face-to-face or in the online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Muinda. I hope that one is answered. I can now maybe go back to the tour of the course. Thank you, Harriet, for pointing out that someone had something to say. Okay, so let me go back to the course. It's a short tour. It's a tour, really. It's not that. It's not. I'm not expecting you to be making notes or anything or learning to do this or that. I'm just taking you through a tour just to see how the course is structured. Yes.
Hello, Richard.
Yes.
You know, I always want to engage and to see whether my participants are there. I just wanted to ask whether if they are able to view this screen of yours that sharing, to type 1 in the chat, that we just know that they're actually over there and they are seeing what you're doing. Can you type 1 in the chat? And just if you are able to see what Richard is sharing on the screen.
Yes, we can see.
You can just type 1 in the chat if you're able to see what Richard is sharing on the screen.
Godfrey, can I continue?
Okay, so I can see that many people are seeing what you are sharing.
Can I continue?
Please, you can continue.
Okay, so this is just to take us through a tour of how one of the courses looks like, and it has its title, the code, announcements, then a welcome message, which can be descriptive or it can be a short video, and then links to vital resources. And I reach this section where we have resources and tools, where you can put the different, say, if you have handouts, if you have PowerPoint slides, if you have PDFs, if you have other documents in either PDF or Microsoft Word or Excel, whatever, you can put here, audios. It's kind of like a repository or a mini library of your course. And now sometimes the danger that we have seen is that some people put only these handouts on their courses, say on the Moodle platform, then they say, my course is online. Now for us, we are saying, no, this is not the course online. It's just a small bit of your course where you have put resources. And then as we proceed down, we come to the different sections. And each of these sections will cover a week. We have unit 0, which is for orientation. This one's an orientation week. Unit, then we have the different units. This course has up to 8 units. So each unit has its own section with activities. Where a unit is long, it is split into 2 for different weeks, part A and part B. And inside there are activities, because learners will learn through activities or activities like learning. And then below this, I have put a course evaluation. We have discussion forums where learners can introduce themselves. We have what we call a group meeting cafe, where learners can discuss whatever else they want to discuss, not related to the course, but they can discuss in that one. Here, they introduce themselves inside that forum. We have forums for activities of each topic. We shall look at what activities are. But for each unit, there's a forum where they can discuss the activities of that respective unit. And then we have reflection quizzes. I know each unit there's a reflection quiz, and then we have now these learners are grouped. I grouped them And so each of them has a team or a group named by after a bird. So all these are groups in there. There are discussions of those different learners. And then we have quizzes, ungraded quizzes. These are for content. So if to go into one of the units and we just see what probably could be happening in the units. If we say we go to unit 1, just to tour, it's just a tour. Yeah, unit 1, introduction to research. Click here to access. So if a learner clicks there, we want them to see. This one just asking whether I should start where I ended last time or from the beginning. I'll start from the beginning so that you can see. Each of the units is organized beginning with intended learning outcomes and its indicative content. Each unit, then the learner then can know what are the learning outcomes and what's the indicative content. And then when I click on next here, we got what we call the ETVTs, the detailed ETVTs, some kind of small conversation with the learner to them to know what they're going to do. Here's what outcomes we're addressing. This is one topic. It addresses outcomes of the entire course. And so you mentioned the purpose, why is this topic important and why you learn, and how does it relate to your practice? This section over to you gives us the tasks that the learners are going to engage in, what's their role. Then preparatory research gives us the resources the learners will read for this particular topic. To learn the theoretical foundations of research and of business research, read, and then you say available here. So you identify a resource and link it, read these pages of a certain book, which is available here. Read this, watch this video, which is available here, to learn, because it's one topic. So these learners have to access the resources like that. And then after that, their activities. So this is an ETVT they're supposed to do, and then post in a forum, okay? And then you give, they have individual activities, and then they comment on each other's work, and I've guided them on who should comment on which work. That number 1, because there are 10 members in a group. So number 1 should comment on the work of this, number 2 like that. So that they can, so I can have real comments and I can follow who was commenting on whose work. And then after those activities you do after reading, I'm going back up. After reading these resources and watching the videos, you come and engage with ETVTs, which have deadlines. These ones were due last week. They did them last week. So they discuss those ETVTs, and I think the final one was on 17th, was yesterday. So they discuss inside the forum. Again, the same ETVT page. How does this topic link to other units? What are the notional hours? What are the deadlines? So the deadlines are given here, a reminder of the deadlines for different activities, and then a link to quizzes. Now that you have done the ETVTs in this unit, please attempt the self-reflection questions here. Now, these are quizzes, self-reflection, and then ungraded content quiz. Self-reflection, just to know whether you have understood the learning outcomes, you have achieved the general learning outcomes. Then content is like you give in a test or an exam, real content. So there's a quiz there to reflect. So if, say, I want to check one of the forums here, available here, this is a discussion forum. I want to go inside the forum and see whether any learning was taking place, then I would go and see whether these learners discussed anything, because they have their different teams. So I can go inside the team and I see that this learner discussed, the colleagues commented. So the commenting went on and on and on. They kept commenting. These are just their discussions up to about 17, because this discussion closed yesterday, Sunday. So someone summarized, because someone's supposed to summarize what the group has discussed. So briefly, this was just a tour. This is how this course looks like. And this is what we wish that courses on Moodle can appear. So that's just a brief tour that I wanted to give. I want to know that someone has a comment or a question before we go to the next bit of this discussion. Anyone who has a comment or a question? For now, the structure, that's just the structure. And if we had a lot of time, colleagues would build this type of course, but we shall see what we can do in the 3 days that in the 3 meetings that we're going to have, see if we can create such a course. All right, I think these two are India. We can do these two again and again, even next meeting.
Because there's nobody else. Just I don't know if there's anybody else making a comment. I think one of the things we've learned for myself when looking at your learner management system, quite a bit of it we also do have. Perhaps the area that we need to focus much more is making it learner-centered. I think that's where we need to make it learner-centered, especially on those areas where you've talked about the reference materials for the course, the areas for the over to you, linking it to the learning outcomes and all that. I think that should be the main focus. That's what perhaps I would think, looking, and maybe Grace can also attest to this. This is perhaps one area that we are not doing very well largely. Maybe that's an area that we need to focus much more on.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. But I see Helen her hands is up. I'm not sure whether.
Yes, please.
Maybe I'm asking this question too early, but when you give student assignment, which is supposed to be done in groups like you have mentioned there, a student would claim that they also contributed. Is it possible to give an assignment where we will be able to monitor the way they contributed to their groups, other than doing them at the background and then they upload, a student is left out, they say, no, I was also a group member, I participated, I contributed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. One, this, let me just call this special assignment, this one. This assignment was about different parties adhering to ethics in research. Now, the group has 10 members. So I came up with 10 people in the research project, the initiator, the sponsor, the investigator, assistants, policymaker. And I told each member of the group to assume one role and say, I'll be an initiator of a research project. So I want to tell you the ethical issues. So the first activity is for you to tell me your role. So you are 10 of you. So each of them is supposed to present on their own in this discussion forum, their role. Then the next bit, you are 10 of you. Each of you is going to comment on 3 people's work of 3 people. And I have specified which 3 you're going to comment about, So all of you, everyone must comment. Then the last bit is the group essay, which now summarizes and it summarizes on the ethical issues surrounding each of these parties. It's an essay combining all. So the person going to write that essay must get contributions from each of these. And I got responses, learners saying, the person doing number 8 is not participating, so we cannot write the group essay. Please contact that person. So there's way you can try to trigger participation of everyone. And these ones, of course, can push. They can say now, so let's comment on the work of number 7, but number 7 has never participated. So then we reach out to that person and say, please, you participate. That's what I can say, try and encourage participation.
Thank you, Richard. Maybe the other thing, if I hear what Dr. Mugambi is asking, I think there's need for clarity between the activities that are geared towards ensuring that students participate in the course throughout and are not necessarily geared towards the end of semester marks, if I may put it that way, as compared to continuous assessments, which we are familiar with from the previous, which are geared towards the end of semester marks. So I think that perhaps is where the issue may also come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Graded and non-graded. That the facilitator should specify, is this graded or it is non-graded? But generally, participation, whether graded or non-graded, we have to encourage our learners to participate. So for me, I have told them well in advance from the beginning that you are going to, that your participation online will contribute to your mark. And I've said it. So they have to try and participate. Because when you say it is activity 2 and 3, which will contribute to the grade, then they will not participate in all the others and wait for that. Maybe if you have these kind of issues where I say each of you must comment on this one's work, that kind of thing encourages them to participate. But generally, and I agree with all of you, grading or giving marks motivates these learners. So you just find you'll be graded based on your participation, and each of you, we need to look. The good thing with Moodle each contribution has a name of a person who is contributing it. So you can know who is contributing and who is not contributing. You can really try to know. But by the end of the day, it also depends on how learners are motivated to participate. Okay, I think I will close this discussion here and agree that 4 p.m. is supposed to be for a break. Since we began a bit late, I don't know, we shall see what we can do after the break, but we have to keep the promise of having a break at this time, then come and negotiate between 4:15 and 5, what we shall be able to do. I know that the next bit that we have is the theoretical underpinnings, which my colleague is going to look at, and we shall see how quickly we can go to the theoretical underpinnings. So I'm pushing this section after the break, but we shall reduce the time for it so that we share the time after the break between that and the intended learning outcomes, because we need a lot of time here, it being a practical. So the colleague who is going to cover this will be as brief as possible. Maybe we shall float all the theories and then we discuss them together, and then we'll look at some bit of an activity here of stating intended learning outcomes as the beginning step of our module design. So allow me to probably declare a break unless there's a reason why I shouldn't. Suleiman, is there a reason why you should not declare a break now?
I don't know whether colleagues would agree. If it could be lesser than 10 minutes so that we save on time, like 5 minutes, I don't know whether that would be appropriate. I'm just also seeking for if it can be on consensus. We just have a health break of 5 minutes so that we can have time for the other two. Colleagues, if you don't mind.
I think if someone has a problem with that suggestion, you can please air it out. Others are also saying we can have those 5 minutes that we can maximize.
Yeah, some of them are saying 5 minutes, so I think we can have the 5 minutes. It's okay.
All right, so let's return at 5 minutes past 4, please. So see you after the break. Okay, colleagues, good evening. Welcome back from, I hope it's evening. 4 o'clock confuses, but I hope it's evening. Welcome back from the break. We usually, immediately after a break, we usually ask that if you're back from the break, type 2 in the chat. We usually say that so that we can know that we have at least 2 or 3 people. So if you're back from the break, please type 2 in the chat so that we can know that even if we are 10, we can move. Okay, now the next thing is that the next item we're going to look at, we know that there are several theories underpinning, underlying what we do as we learn in a blended format. And so this next section, which we shall also try to go through probably briefly, but you can do some more readings. We shall show the theories, talk about them, but I know that colleagues can go and read further about them. But we shall talk about them briefly so that we can have the other practical session. So allow me to, again, call upon my colleague, Godfrey, to take us through the different theories that inform what we do when we do blended learning. Godfrey?
Okay. Thank you, Richard. I can, as you have said, we are going to have some terminology we are going to go through, and we are still going to use Mentimeter, and under the chat, we actually put all these terminologies in the chat. And what we are going to do, we are going to use Mentimeter, and each of you is going to define you can define any of the terms. If you can find more than one, the one that you are more familiar with, I've put the terminology of these concepts in the chat that you can always put there. I'm going to share Meti, just a minute, share
Godfrey, you're breaking.
Oh, sorry. Can you now hear me, Richard?
Yes, I can hear you now. Now you are better. There where you are. If you're standing in the corridor or near a tree, there exactly, it's okay.
Okay. So basically, I am, let me just put the link. Mentimeter is there. And I'll also put the...
So what Godfrey said that he has put all those terms in the chat and that we should go to the Menti, that link, and then define or explain any one of those terms. So whichever one of those terms you're familiar with, you just tell us briefly what it is about. Or if all 2 of them, it's okay. That's what he said. That's what at least I heard him say. So you can save time. He has put all the terms in the chat and the link. So when you got the Mentimeter, choose any one of those terms that you feel you can briefly talk about, then post. That's what I said. Godfrey, how much time do we have for this?
We have until we can do this for the next 4 minutes, I think.
Okay, so we are going to do this up to about 13 minutes past 4. Just to type this term, this is how I look about this term. I think just like that. Then we shall generate a discussion around those theories and terms. So go there. You have started coming in.
Okay, I can see that somebody has now posted that constructivism focus is on the learner as the knowledge generator as opposed to the receiver. I think this is almost the opposite of constructivism. Theories are notions subject to testing by academic scholars. Okay, that one has said that, which is also true. Any submissions? Because I see that we have instructivism, we also have versus constructivism. Now that this is constructivism, maybe instructivism is more teacher-centered rather than the learner-centered as this one has said. Because I say instructionism. The other social constructivism, connectivism, transformative pedagogy, imaginal education, competence-based learning, student-led learning. If you have a challenge using Menti, you can just type in the chat or you can just speak. You can just speak as well. If you have a challenge with using Mentimeter, you can just type in the chat or you can just speak. Just give us the definition of any of these ones. One, if you can find one, you can find two, you can find three, no problem. So that you can have some brief understanding of this. Somebody is telling us the learner and the instructor co-create knowledge. What's that? That is, which concept is that? Where the learner and the instructor co-create knowledge. That is, instructivism. I am not really very sure whether that is the correct. That is instructivism, instruction. From the word instruction, you instruct, you are the alpha and omega of knowledge, and the other person is the recipient. And when it comes to learner and the instructor creating knowledge, I think that makes me maybe more handy working with constructivism or working with social constructivism. Here I can see here that it's telling us
Dr. Mayende, we can't hear very well.
Oops.
Yes.
Richard. Richard.
Let me unmute
Richard?
here. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please.
I need your help, please, because
okay. So far, two people have no. Actually, one person has contributed to this discussion.
There's also in the chat. Also in the chat.
We have. Let's see. Someone saying that the learner and the instructor co-create knowledge. That's constructivism and also social constructivism. Flipped classroom is an instructional strategy and a type of blended learning, which aims to increase student engagement. That's what another one has said. Okay, so those are the two. Godfrey, the time you gave is over. So what do we do? We're going to assume that our colleagues have finished presenting.
Richard.
Yes, please.
Maybe since I'm having challenges with my audio, but you can just maybe speak through briefly.
Okay, so we are going to have let me just talk about, you can stop sharing this screen. Okay, so we can as well have just a short discussion for like 5 minutes. This instructivism as shown up there. I'm going to be requesting colleagues to just give me one sentence on each of these, my co-facilitators. So please be prepared. Just give me one sentence. But here I was saying that instructivism basically is where the teacher just speaks all the time, assuming that probably learners are like learners, let's call them empty boxes those days, that your job is to instruct, tell them what to do, and they do. And say that one should be done less, as opposed to constructivism, where learners construct knowledge out of what they see, what they do, what they read, and from and when it comes to them working in groups, then talk about social constructivism, learning together. So here a learner can construct meaning out of what they see, what they do, what they read, what they from their senses, basically what their senses bring, they construct their meaning and understanding. And if they're working together and exchanging knowledge, then they can together come up with one output. Professor Muyinda, connectivism, do you have a sentence? Prof. Muyinda?
Yes.
You have a sentence on connectivism?
Yes, on connectivism, what I can say, this theory or model could be summarized as one is as knowledgeable as the networks that he has. You are as knowledgeable as the networks that you have. Due to the emergence of technologies, many people are now connected to many people as possible. For example, we became so knowledgeable when Dr. Mwangi came and was able to speak to us on alternative assessment modalities. So our knowledge is as vast as the networks that we can connect to. In learning, therefore, it means that when a student is connected to many other sources of knowledge using technology, that is a source of learning. So we can learn by being connected to as many people as possible due to the presence of technology. That's how I can easily summarize it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And so we should do, as we give activities to our learners, we can give those activities that encourage, that we know that when they are connected, they learn. We also give activities that encourage them to connect with each other and learn. Okay, then transformative pedagogy, simply what I can say is that as a learner goes through the learning process, they should be different from the people they were at the beginning. They should have acquired very many other skills, including the 21st century skills. So you look at learning as a transformative process. So as you give activities online, regardless of what subject or course you are lecturing, it should be this way that a learner is transformed. Are you including, for example, different tools that they can use for technology? Are you encouraging them to work together? Are they learning how to be leaders? For example, in the course that I've just shown you, we have someone called the weaver, someone who summarizes discussions. And I tell those learners, rotate. This week should be this person to summarize and present. The next week it should be the other person. So do you have that kind of thing? You encourage them to tolerate each other. So that by the time the learner completes the learning process, even professionally, someone did not join your course as with the thinking that they can be good teachers. But now they have completed and they believe and they behave that they are as good teachers. That's transformative. And that's another way we should encourage our learners to be. Professor Muyinda, Imagino.
No, Imagino education. You hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so Imagine education is that education which actually inculcates into the learners imagination of the future. The learners, you should be able to give or to use teaching and learning approaches which encourage the learners to imagine the future and be able to think out of the box and be able to imagine what the future will look like. Because 10 years from now, what is the classroom going to look like, for example? What is banking going to look like? What is different sectors, how are they going to look like? What's the transport sector, how is it going to look like? So the education approaches, the methodologies that you use that enable learners to think and be able to imagine the future so that then they don't become irrelevant in the future, but they can be relevant in the future. Many times we are training our students using methodologies that actually train them for the past, to train them to become relevant in the past, but the past has gone. So we want to train learners to be relevant in the future. And these are the methodologies that we are talking about. They are theories that we can use to be able to teach learners for the future, to imagine the future so that they can be futuristic. So those are the theories that we call the imaginal learning theories. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Muyinda. And so what I learned from what you have said is that it's important that when you're giving tasks or activities to learners, also allow the what if type of questions. Even a learner can ask, what if this happens? What if there's a lockdown and we cannot sing in public? What if there is this? So that when the learner is responding, they imagine that there will be this other world where things cannot happen the way they used to happen in the past. So it's imaginal education. Okay, let me see next. My Sister Harriet Najemba. Harriet?
Yes, Richard.
Competence-based learning. What can you say about that?
Okay, in one sentence, I can say what I can say about competence-based learning is as we facilitate, we build competences. These have to have an issue of context. For example, I'll give an example. You may have skills of teaching, but you lack skills of or competences of teaching adults. So competence-based learning is where you are given the competences of now teaching these adults. You have the skills of teaching, but you lack the competence of teaching, maybe online or maybe teaching adults. That's what I can say briefly about competence-based learning.
Thank you so much, Harriet. That's very important, Dr. Harriet Najemba. Yeah, and I imagine a situation where we used to run workshops physically. Then we were told we are supposed to learn them to facilitate workshops on Zoom. So you could have that, you could be a skilled workshop facilitator, but you may not be competent to run a workshop online. I mean, it may be, but you're good at the whole thing. So when we are giving activities to our learners, we can contextualize those activities. Contextualize, developing a competence. Maybe an employer wants someone who can talk about a specific field or a specific area. So it's not enough for you to say, I know accounts, but you know accounts in banking, you know accounts in a local government, you know accounts in this. So that is kind of like being competent. Okay. Okay, so I have another colleague I can call out. Dr. Nabushau, are you in? Dr. Nabushau? Okay. Mr. Abukenya?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Dr. Nabushau, can you talk about student-centered learning in just one sentence?
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. Student-centered learning, just like the statement is where we teach with the student at the center. As in, we focus on the learner. We don't. It's not the teacher or you, the instructor, who is at the center. But at this time, we are looking at a student as the learner, and we do this by engaging this learner. We engage the learner by giving the learner activities to do, so that they are kept active, and the lecturer is on the side facilitating the learning process.
Okay, thank you so much, Harriet, for that. Yeah, and it was, as you have said, we give them activities, we give them projects, we give them problems. They solve those problems using their own methods and approach. We can guide them with some resources, but give them a chance to also come up with the ways of solving those problems. We can even, in the activities, we can even tell them that, okay, fine, you have read this thing, solve that problem, use which other approach can you use solve this problem, which was not talked about by the author of that text. So then the learner has to explore which other approach. And then they know that they're in charge of their own learning. Sometimes even in the welcome message, you tell them that you're in charge of your own learning. Okay. Mr. John Bukenya, are you in?
I'm in.
Can you talk about the flipped classroom?
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. A flipped classroom, in my understanding, involves giving, for example, materials or resources to these students, in advance, and they will have them before the real time of the lesson or before the real time of the lecture, and they will go through these materials, maybe videos that you've provided to give them content, reading materials or text materials. They stay with these materials in advance, and they note down salient features. They pose questions, which will then be presented during the lecture or during the time. The time of the lesson. In other words, a flipped classroom provides the material, the learning material, the content to the learner prior to the actual time of the class. And when these learners appear for the classroom, they have already gone through the material, the videos, the journals, and now they simply hold discussions or raise questions or seek clarifications from the facilitator. That is a flipped classroom. Thank you.
So thank you so much, John, for that. Yes, I get very clearly. And so when we are blending technology, blending methodologies, we can flip these classes. Learners can engage with learning on their own outside the class. So when we meet them, we only solve problems. And so, for example, if you have access to Zoom and you have a Zoom license, it doesn't really help much for you to hold a Zoom meeting and start lecturing learners, showing slides, this and that, this, define that. No, we're saying you can flip in this new dispensation of COVID, you can flip, you can have the all resources on learning management system and activities. They go and engage with them. In that day you meet on Zoom for just 10 or 20, and it can be once a month or once every 2 weeks for just 1 hour. It's just let us solve problems. Where was the problem? Where was the problem? And then they go back and learn. They go back and learn. So then you can flip and makes out of sense. It doesn't, because if it doesn't help to meet learners on Zoom, then you give them slides and start saying, this is how you define this. These are the advantages of this. These are the disadvantages of this. Because those ones they can read in the platform, they can watch videos and can engage in tasks. So when you meet, this moment when you meet about 1 hour, 30 minutes, it is really to solve problems. So what was not clear? So we flip and say it's a good thing that we can. So what used to happen traditionally in class, it now happens outside the class. What happened, like plainly put, like the way we used to put it, that teaching and learning takes place outside the class. The homework, what used to be homework, happens inside the class. So you have flipped, you have turned around the whole thing. Okay, so thank you so much, colleagues who have contributed to this topic. I want to end this, unless there's something someone wants to comment about. Otherwise, I will transition to the next bit, which is a practical bit, which will at least help us do some practical work before we close. Suleiman, I'm transitioning to the next presenter. Is it okay?
That's okay. Maybe that point, the last point of flipped classroom, is a very important point maybe for us, because I think I'll associate with that with what Grace had talked about. During the emergency period, I think one of the things we did not focus much more is that we did not look at how teaching is going to be done online. And therefore, there was a lot of duplication of what happens in the face-to-face classroom, and you're bringing it to the online platform. So I think there's a lot of lecturing going on online, which is not not good, because the aim at the end of the day is the learner being the center of learning. And I think I like what you've, the definition has been given on flipped classroom, that I think we can adopt and would help us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Someone unmuted? Someone has unmuted? All right, so let me call upon my colleague, Dr. Jamia Mayanja now, take us through our first step in module design, which is stating intended learning outcomes. So Jamia, over to you. We can have a discussion, we can have a presentation of about 7 to 10 minutes, then we can go into practical work for the next bit of the time. Over to you, Jamia.
All right, thank you, Richard. And good evening, colleagues from St. Paul. Welcome to that training, and we are looking forward to working together. Let me share my screen. Okay, so just like Richard has said, we are looking at the starting point of module design or course design. And we start by looking at the intended learning outcomes, because they really provide the starting point for module design. So by definition, that's what intended learning outcomes are. They are just statements describing what learners should do or will be able to do with the knowledge, skills, as well as what they will feel and believe by the end of the learning experiences. So you realize that intended learning outcomes should be able to address the kind of knowledge, what the learner should be able to know by the end of the course. Ideally, when we are teaching in class, we want to impart knowledge, and we expect our learners at least to know something by the end of either the learning activity or the course itself. But we also want our learners to be able to acquire certain skills, like Dr. Harriet was talking about competencies. So we want them to acquire certain competencies at the end or by the time the course ends. But it's also important to work on the learner's attitude, what the learner's option will be about the course or module by the time it's complete. Normally, some learners perceive certain courses to be very hard, but depending on the way intended learning outcomes are designed, this perception can really change. So basically, with the ELOs, the focus is on the key takeaways from the course. What is it that the learner will be able to go away with after studying your course or your module, or after doing a particular learning activity? So these ELOs are normally written for the program, for the course, or for the topic. So if they are for the program, because we have different programs, maybe business administration, Bachelor of Arts in Music, so there should be intended learning outcomes for the program. But again, within the program, there are courses. So what we are going to look at more here are the course-wide intended learning outcomes. For instance, if you are teaching, maybe the program is Bachelor of Arts in Music, then you have a course maybe which is theater management. So what is it that the learners will go away with after doing this particular course, which is theater management? But you also realize that at certain stage, we shall also look at the topic, intended learning outcomes, whereby we are looking at the topics in our courses and we are designing ELOs, or we are coming up with those broad statements of what we want our learners to achieve after completing that particular topic. So you realize that what you want the learners to go away with after studying either the course or topic will determine what you are going to teach. So if you have the ELO stated here, then it will guide you on what you are going to teach. So meaning that the practice is changing, because the practice is you design the topics and then you identify the intended learning outcomes. But the right practice is first identify the intended learning outcomes, then identify the course, the topics you are going to teach for the learners to be able to achieve the intended learning outcomes. Then the ELOs are the basis of constructive alignment. We are going to be using this term a lot because it's looking at how intended learning outcomes are linked to the learning activities, then to the resources and the assessment strategies. As we design the intended learning outcomes, they will guide us on what activities we are going to design for our learners. Then what kind of assessments are we going to come up with? Then what resources are we recommending for learners to read so that they can be able to engage or to achieve the intended learning outcomes? So when we are referring to the activities, this normally, they help us to know what the learners need to learn. So if you've designed your intended learning outcomes, what kind of activities are you going to give the learners to ensure they achieve the intended learning outcome? Are you going, like if you want, I can also use the example of theater management. If you want your learners by the end of the course to be able to evaluate maybe theater management, what activities are you going to give them? Are you going to request them to read an article about theater management? Are you going to make them watch a video, discuss on the forum, maybe reflect on their previous knowledge? So those are the activities. They basically tell us what the learners need to learn, or activities that will enable the learners learn. Then we have to also give them resources. As they do the activities, they have to be guided on the materials they are going to read so that they can achieve the intended learning outcome. Especially if you are going to request them to read, maybe to watch a video, you have to be specific what type of video they are going to watch, what kind of materials they are going to read. If it's a textbook, you can even go ahead and specify the specific pages for them to read for that particular topic. This is not making our learners lazy, but at least they should be guided, because now they are not interacting with us. At least they have the materials to enable them do the activities. The materials should be guiding them very well. Then the assessment strategy is very important, because it's telling us how will our learners show that they have learned. So if you've given them the activities, you've given them resources, how are you going to know that they have learned? So you can decide to use different assessments. They could be quizzes, they could be SC, discussion forum, presentations in class. Of course, the type of activity, the type of assessment you are going to use is going to depend on the kind of activities you are designing for the learners. So in other words, when we design an assessment, we are kind of producing feedback to our learners on how they are meeting the intended learning outcomes. So we are going to be looking at this a lot, constructive alignment, because the ELOs have to align with the activities, the resources, and the assessment strategy. Sorry, I skipped a slide. Let me first go back here. Oh, what's happening from the current? Okay, so we also want to briefly look at the difference between objectives and learning outcomes. These terms normally are interchangeably used. You might find that in most of our curriculum, we have learning objectives, but now we want to switch to learning outcomes. So normally the difference between the learning objectives and the learning outcomes lies on the emphasis on who is performing the task. So if you look at the learning objectives, it's basically describes what the instructor wants to cover in the course and is tied to delivery of content and focuses on the content alone. So the objectives, what I can say about the objectives is that they are showing why the teacher is creating a learning activity. And they are normally very broad and they are not easily measurable. Of course, if they are smart, they are, but they are not easily measurable. If I can give an example, if the learning objective can be stated in a way that learners will be able to gain an understanding, maybe of the role of marketing to a business. So that means understanding is not easily measurable. And this is broad, and it's not indicating a particular skill that the learner has to acquire at the end of the course. But when you look at the student learning outcomes, first of all, they describe what the student must be able to do by the end of the course, and it's tied to a specific skill, and the content and the activities are integrated. So what I can say here is that the intended learning outcomes are telling us what the learner will gain from the learning activity. So if here the objective was to learners will gain an understanding of the role of marketing to a business. So we are saying here that the learning outcome is tied to a specific skill, and it's measurable, and it's exactly telling us what the learner should be able to do by the end of the course. So meaning that here we can state the learning outcome from the objective by making it very clear and specific. We can say, by the end of the course, you should be able to explain the role of marketing to a society. Or maybe by the end of the course, you should be able to identify specific stages of language acquisition. So here it's kind of specific and it's easily measurable, because we said when we are designing intended learning outcomes, we are also supposed to look at the kind of assessment we are going to use. So if you are saying that you want the learners to understand the role of marketing, so it becomes harder to assess than if you are saying that you want the learners to be able to explain the role of marketing. But as I said, the distinguished feature lies on the emphasis on who is going to perform the task. Okay, so since we are saying we are going to use intended learning outcomes, then we have to look at the Bloom's taxonomy. And as you can see, it consists of 6 levels of learning, from remember to evaluate. And this side, it's suggesting verbs that are going to be key in guiding us when we are writing our intended learning outcomes. And the verbs range from lower order thinking skills, remember, to higher order thinking skills, where we want our learners to be able to create something or design after going through the course. So as we are designing our ELOs, it's always important to choose an appropriate level of learning, because as you can see, it directly influences the type of assessment you might choose to measure your students' learning. So if we look at remember briefly, remember here, normally it's used to make learners recall what they learned. And if you want our learners to recall, we tell them to list, to memorize, to state, to define. So this is at a lower order thinking skill. So we want learners to recognize concepts and probably recall them. And also here, the kind of assessment could be maybe a simple quiz, a true or false. Maybe you want learners just to list, and that would be the assessment. Maybe if I can use an example of maybe COVID, maybe the topic is about COVID. So at this level, we might require our learners to list the methods of preventing COVID. So it's just listing. Then as we go deep into the course, then we are going to take our learners to another level, which is understanding. And here we are moving learners beyond recalling to understanding the information presented. And here we require them to discuss, to explain, to recognize, as you can see these various verbs here. So that means learners are given a task where they can interpret facts rather than stating them or listing them. We believe they have some kind of knowledge which they can use to explain. So if here we had requested the learners to list the methods of preventing COVID, then here we can request them to explain the methods of preventing COVID. Then at the application level, here learners are required to apply or maybe to use the knowledge they have acquired. And here we are going to, in application, they can implement, they can demonstrate, they can sketch what they have learned. And actually here, the kind of assessment changes to kind of case study or problem solving, because we believe they know the concepts, they can interpret them, they can demonstrate. So again, if I move with my example of COVID, so here we are going to request our learners to either demonstrate or illustrate how to prevent COVID. Because now they know how to prevent, they've explained, and here we are going to request them to demonstrate to us the methods of presenting COVID. Then when it comes to analyze, at this stage where learners draw connections among ideas, we expect our learners to demonstrate whether they can identify patterns and solve problems. So in many cases, we tend to assess learners' analyzing skills when we tell them to distinguish, maybe to differentiate, to compare, to contrast, so there we believe they can do some kind of analysis so that they can draw connections among ideas and probably come up with a conclusion. So if that's what we want our learners to do, then we are going to request them to compare the different methods of preventing COVID, because they know what the methods are. So here we want them to probably compare and come up with the best solution. Then at the evaluate stage, learners here are given facts to justify a decision. And at evaluation stage, these are the verbs as listed. They can critique the different ways of preventing COVID. Then lastly is create. And here they are required to invent something new. So at this level, it's almost towards the end of probably the course, and the learners have to come up with a tangible output, maybe a model, a plan, a design. So we are going to request them either to design, to develop, formulate, to investigate at this level. And so probably here we are going to request our learners to decide, maybe to design or to develop a kit for preventing COVID. So as you can see, these levels, you start with low order thinking skills, then you keep progressing to higher order thinking skills. Then briefly, the characteristics of good ELOs. Of course, we've looked at some of them. They should use verbs because they indicate the achievement to be observed, and it becomes easier to assess. We've looked at the different verbs. Then it should focus on the learner, because as you say, by the end of this course, you should be able. That means it's focusing on the learner and not the teacher. And it's also telling us what the learner should be able to do by the end of the program, the course, or the unit. And it should be assessed in more than one way. You can assess one ELO by requiring them first to discuss on the forum. Then after discussing on the forum, then maybe they can improve on their submissions and they send you for assessment. Or you can request them to do a reflection or to do a quiz. So you can use more than one assessment on a particular ELO. And it's important that they can be understood by someone outside the discipline. Like now, our session is when we are going to request you to design ELOs, but we are not supposed to be content experts to be able to assess whether the ELOs are well written. They should easily be understood even by someone outside the discipline. So let me just flash an example of good intended learning outcomes, which are going to guide us as we are writing our ELOs. And these ELOs are for the course, which is Introduction to Financial Accounting. We normally start with the root statement. By the end of this course, you should be able, meaning that you are talking to the learner. The learner should be able to, here they are telling us to explain the meaning of financial accounting, to discuss the benefits, to apply the theories, to prepare and present. So when you look at these heroes, they are following the Bloom's taxonomy. They are starting from the lower order thinking skills to explain up to the higher order thinking skills, which is to present. Ideally, good ELOs should be stated in that manner, because in the beginning, we are looking at definitions and concepts. So what we need more of our learners is just to explain. Then at the end, we believe the learners have grasped the theories, the concepts, so they have to present accountabilities, because they know what a good accountability is, what are the benefits, what are the theories behind it, so they can present. So in our next task, we are going to design intended learning outcomes, but as you design your intended learning outcome, ensure it has 3 parts. It should have the action verb. This is the action verb in red, which is to explain. And normally the action verb identifies the performance to be demonstrated. Then it should have a learning statement that specifies what learning will be demonstrated in the performance. So like here, the verb is to discuss, the learning statement, the benefits of financial information. Then it should have a third part, which is looking at the context or the standard for acceptable performance, which is the different stakeholders. So what I'm saying is our intended learning outcomes should be written in a particular context. Why? Because there could be benefits of financial accounting, the benefits of financial information may be to other, I don't know, other people, but not necessarily the stakeholders. So you have to give a context in which learners are going to work with to achieve the intended learning outcomes. So that will constitute our task number 1 of stating intended learning outcomes for the courses we are preparing for Onlanization. And it's going to be we are going to participate by requesting you to develop intended learning outcomes, at least one from each one of you for the course you are developing for Onlanization. Richard, back to you as you guide us. I don't know whether Godfrey is ready.
Godfrey, do you have a Menti link? Because you had said you had prepared it.
Yes, I have it. You
Yes.
can stop sharing and I share.
Okay. So maybe you can mention when you go to Menti, you can mention the name of the course that you want to run in a blended format or design, and then one intended learning outcome.
I have put the link in the chat, Richard.
Okay. So Jamia will discuss those outcomes as they come.
Okay, so colleagues, we are waiting for the intended learn, just one for your course. We are looking at course-wide intended learning outcome. So if your course is maybe BBA, what is it that you want the learners to be able to do after completing maybe a particular course in BBA? Maybe it's marketing. What is it that you want the learners to go away with after doing the marketing course unit? So if we can have one for each course.
You can also use the chat.
Yes, I'm monitoring the chat, but there is no posters yet. Colleagues, we are waiting. Just identify one course unit you are teaching and tell us what you want your learners to go away with. Starting with the verb, then the learning statement and the standard of acceptable performance. Maybe I can give an example. Probably like if the course is maybe stage management, you can say that by the end of this course, you should be able to analyze a script for a given play. So it has the verb, which is analyze, then a script, that's the learning statement, and of a given play, that's the context, because we are looking at a script for a given play, not a script for any other thing. So if we can have at least one from each course. Okay. Explain how cooperative funds are applied according to the Cooperative Society Act's laws of Kenya to stakeholder. Well, it has the verb, which is to explain, and the learning statement, and also the concept, which we said is the standard for acceptable performance, which is
Hello, Jamia.
Yes, hello.
I'm making an observation that we've got two verbs, explain and even apply in the same intended learning outcome. And I was proposing that what if we simply begin with apply, to apply cooperative funds in accordance with the cooperative, something like that. But we begin with apply instead of including explain and then apply in the same intended learning outcome.
That's a good observation, John. There are two, explain and applied, and one it's a lower order thinking skill, and the other, the application is at a higher level. So depending on what the facilitator wants the learners to achieve, do you want them to explain how funds and how funds are applied, or you just want them to know how to apply funds of cooperative societies according to maybe the Act's law of Kenya to stakeholder? We can have two laws out of that one. Oh, sorry, the chat, in the chats they are there. Human rights.
Richard, Jamia.
Yes, Godfrey.
There are many actually who have also
in the chat
here. Even who are, but I'm showing one by one. Let me know if you want me to go to the next.
Because I was going to the chat. Godfrey, let me read the one for human rights and development in the chat. At the end of the course, the learner should understand the role of human rights in community development. Understand is not a measurable verb. It's telling us it's one of the levels of Bloom's taxonomy. But when you want learners to understand, then you choose the appropriate verb to enable them understand. Maybe to describe the role of human rights, to explain, but not to understand. So here we should look for an appropriate verb. Then the other one is saying by the end of this course, learners should be able to evaluate effective marketing mix strategies. So evaluate, it's a verb, effective marketing mix strategies. It has the learning statement, and of course, maybe here, if we can add effective marketing strategies for an organization, for an institution, so that we can have a context, not just to be open so that learners can just reproduce the knowledge, not exactly telling us what they are learning from the knowledge. Godfrey, you said you have others from Menti. Me, I'm in the chat.
I can just okay, is that one?
This is for marketing, to discuss the importance of scanning the internal and external. Discuss the importance of scanning the internal and external marketing environment. It has the verb, the importance of scanning the learning statement, because what we are scanning is the internal and external environment. So it has the three parts. Instructional methods in education.
Sorry,
yes.
That one that has just come up, I would wonder what is the context?
This one by the end. Sulaiman, this one which is being displayed?
Yes, the one that's being displayed, yes.
discussed the importance of scanning the internal and external. What is missing here is the either the business environment or the marketing environment, so that we can have a clear context.
Okay, thank you.
Arthur, this is from education. Mr. Mgisha? Oh, I thought Arthur is in the house. It's looking at instructional methods in education. You should, by the end of the course, you should be able to develop a Form 1 scheme of work for one term in your teaching subject. I would have loved Arthur to comment on this. Mr. Mgisha?
Yes, I can comment, Dr. Jamia.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is an educational course where they say by the end of the course, you should be able to develop a Form 1 scheme of work for term 1. He said for one term in your teaching subject. I want to assume that you are addressing a person who is a teacher and who is going to teach in a school. And one of the requirements of this person is to be able to write what you call a scheme of work. So if you say one should be able to develop a scheme of work, I think it is stated fairly well, but you would say should be able to develop a scheme of work and then indicate for which classes. And then possibly in the subject, you can also indicate which subject you want him to develop it. But otherwise, this is something that is achievable. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Arthur. Richard, how much time do we still have? It's already 5.
Maybe we can, because it's a very important area, we can go for only 3 more minutes.
And Richard, this is financial management. Could you please comment on it?
By the end of this course, you should be able to design a model that can be adopted by the manufacturing sector in Kenya to address the issues of liquidity, to address liquidity issues of liquidity. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's a design which is a high level. We're going to design a model. So probably they would have seen the models, then they contextualize in Kenyan context. It's all right, that one.
All right, thank you, Richard. Public speaking. By the end of the lesson, of course, we are going to have one beginning statement so that we are consistent. We are looking at assess the audience prior to speech writing using the 5 audience analysis parameters. This is great. It has the verb, it has the learning statement, and it's giving us the context. Apply the strategic management model to an organization of your, I think it was of your choice. This is also right. By the end of the course, the learner must be able to apply the marketing mixed element in the business context. That's fine. Okay, that's
Jamia, maybe just a comment on that one, the use of the word must.
Oh, must be able. I said that we are going to have the root statement.
Okay, thank you.
We are going to have a uniform root statement for all of us.
Thank you.
Consistent. Introduction to disaster. Maybe I start reading this. Analyze the impact of disaster on the society. This is good. And the other good thing we have to, maybe a good practice is to have at least not having so many words in our intended learning outcomes. Now, like this one is very brief and to the point. Once the person who has gone through disaster, probably management, to be able to analyze its impact on the society. And it's very clear, and it's even understandable by a person who is not a content expert.
Jamia, to have a different context, my request is there are some in theology on the charts.
Yes, yes.
Because we've had enough in business, maybe we could look at those ones.
You are right. I had read only one for human resource.
Yes.
Organizational communication. We looked at one, business law. Identify the different types of resource mobilization and design plans and apply. Oh my God, these are 3 verbs in one intended learning outcomes. We have to identify, we have to design, we have to apply. So it would be good to unpack this, and we have one intended learning outcome from the resource mobilization. I'm trying to scroll down. Outline the scope, extent, and importance of law in business transaction. But also this one, you want them to outline the scope, the extent, the importance. So these are too many. Remember, we are designing course-wide intended learning outcomes. Probably when we come to topic-specific intended learning outcomes, then we can have those, maybe, because if a person has really done business law, would you just love this person to outline the scope and the importance? Since we are looking at course-wide intended learning outcomes, then they should be not looking at specific topics. I'm looking for one you said in psychology. Identify effective classroom
Theology in the
teaching.
chat.
Have you seen one, Arthur? Theology.
Yeah, it is there.
Yeah.
By the end of the course, the learner is expected to. There are about 4 or 5 there.
Okay. Explore the life and teaching of Paul in light of historical cultural settings of the times. Yeah? Arthur? Arthur?
You want my comment?
I want your comment.
Okay. I think when we are writing these ELOs, our center of interest is the ability to measure success of our intended learning outcomes. So when we are using the verbs, we should also be a little bit careful on which verb are we using, and when we come to assessment, are we able to assess that we have achieved this or not? That's the comment I can make, which is a bit general.
Okay.
Maybe on the same front, I think what Arthur is trying to talk about is the word explore, because it's too broad and you will not be able to measure exploration.
True.
Yeah.
And again, under the same, under that ELO, there is one which is requiring learners to demonstrate a critical understanding of Paul's theology by way of critical evaluation of his source and its relevance today. Like I said, if we can make them easily understandable by even a non-content expert, it would be easier for us to assess the learners. Maybe that's how theology is.
Maybe Jamia may mention, for that one, there's too much into it. It's a lot of package into one. And as you've said, I think the issue is making it as easy as possible so that even when you're designing your assessments, they are constructively aligned to, and you can easily assess that learner. Otherwise, you'll have a challenge with assessments.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's theology. We looked at law, programming. A good phrase off, you would have looked at programming, execute tasks in the thread pool. It's not really clear. Godfrey, unfortunately, would have commented on this, but his network. Then the other one is in the medical ethics, and I'm starting from apply ethical principles in the process of nursing care. This is well written. Apply ethical principles in the process of nursing care. It's very brief, but really understandable, and it's easier to assess. I think that's the last one, under medical ethics. So I want to thank you, colleagues, for your active participation. And that's going to constitute our task 1. Like we said, ELOs provide the starting point for module or course design. If we do not design them well, then it means also we are going to get problems when we are designing our courses, because the ELOs align with the activities and they also align with the assessment. So if they are not well designed, we might have a challenge of identifying activities we are going to give our learners to engage with, as well as the assessment. Thank you for your participation. I want to hand over to Richard, the program manager.
Thank you so much, Mia, for that. I know that the issue of learning outcomes is very interesting and it always continues. And from today onwards, we're going to be discussing those. I'm going to send out what I refer to as our task number 1 of designing intended learning outcomes. I'll also share with you, colleagues, a table of Bloom's taxonomy so that you begin to think about and design the learning outcomes of your courses. Okay, so I thank you, colleagues, for today's participation. We're going to have 3 things. One will be a brief recap of what has happened today. We're going to recap, just remind ourselves. Then shall have closing remarks. I see, I don't see Professor Moyinda in here. I don't know whether he's still in, Prof. Moyinda, but shall have some closing remarks from our colleagues from St. Paul's, today's closing remarks, and then closing remarks from us here in Makerere University, and then we call it a day. So first, we call upon my colleague, Arthur, to give us a recap of that day. What has happened today? Just give us a reminder, a wrap up, so that whoever, maybe someone who came in late, whoever goes to watch the video and know what happened today. Arthur?
Thank you so much, Richard, and thank you, colleagues, for having been here for all this time. Allow me share my screen very quickly and I take you through what we have been able to do today. Can somebody see my screen? Someone say yes.
Yes, we can see.
Very good, very good. Thank you so much. Our day started as early as 2 p.m. That's when we began. And we had our program manager, who was giving us the program of the day on how it is going to run. That is Mr. Richard Kajumbla. We had an opening prayer at 12 minutes past 2 by Professor Kabiro. I hope that is the right name. And then definitely after that, we had a number of remarks from a number of colleagues who were telling us about a number of things. First on the floor was our director, Dr. Godfrey Mayende, who welcomed colleagues of St. Paul's University in Kenya. And he likened the staff of St. Paul's as visitors to Makerere University, and therefore told them that they should feel at home, although it is virtually. And he said that IODL has been running trainings of staff that is here in Makerere. And a few weeks back, we were able to do exams virtually. And therefore, it is the right timing that we can share the experiences of what has been happening in Makerere here. He also made a joke when he said that he's a neighbor to Kenya and therefore just near Busia there. And he said he's much closer to the university. And he said that at some point, they could have been Kenyans, but eventually they found themselves in Uganda. Then we had Comrade Sulaiman Mwangi Cairo, that is doctor, who also welcomed us into the meeting. And he informed that we are going to have a 3-part webinar series in this kind of training. And he communicated that Richard is the person that we are going to be working closely with as a lead coordinator. And he also said he had been tutored by a number of colleagues from Makerere University, especially Joseph, Jamia, and Richard, and therefore meant that he was real at home because he was speaking with the people that he has been working with. Unfortunately, some bad news were also passed around about the death of one of the staff members, and the prayer was that his soul rests in eternal peace. He gave us a brief history about St. Paul's University, with those kinds of small details that I've been able to capture. But also he said online learning is not a new thing to St. Paul's University, because St. Paul has been using distance learning mode for some time. And he also mentioned that they have had a number of training sessions in order pedagogy. And the beauty in all this that they are doing, there exists a policy in the university that is helping them do what they are doing. Then our sister, Dr. Grace Kenyanjui, who is the Director of Order at St. Paul's University, also appreciated the staff of Makerere for allowing this kind of partnership to take place, because this is about sharing experiences in building for the future. He was also glad to host the Makerere University staff and said it is also another opportunity for us to work together. She requested for a moment of silence in memory of the departed colleague, and this was observed. Then he talked about designing and onlinizing courses should be an interesting venture. And to them, the word onlinizing was kind of like a new word. So they wanted to see how are we going to do this kind of thing. And he said order has been in place, but the task that we have at hand is how do we balance online and also face-to-face. Therefore, part of the training should be able to address this. How do we balance these two? So the interest is on blended learning. We are looking at the desirable skills. We are looking at the knowledge that is necessary if we are to forge a way forward. She also communicated that as a university, they have a strategic plan which is in place, and it says that 40% of the delivery is supposed to be online. But we need to see this working. You know, sometimes we have things on paper, but we should be able to see them working. He appreciated the Association of the Commonwealth Universities for giving an opportunity for these webinars to take place, and said we should open our minds to this new reality of teaching. You know, changes come and we must adopt them. So we need to translate all into the future, well aware of what we are doing and our roles. Are we facilitators? Are we enablers, or would like to remain lecturers? So she encouraged the members to take the training seriously and gain transformation. That is where Professor Paul Mina also came in, and who showed his enlightenment to have been meeting Sulaiman, a person with whom they were working just recently when we were talking about alternative assessment modalities here at Makerere. So he said this is also part of lifelong learning, because every day is a learning opportunity. He also expressed himself on what he's doing at Makerere, especially in fast-tracking order, and then said onlinization is a Makerere University term, which simply means putting pedagogical courses online. And he said Makerere is making 100 years come next year, and the plans to celebrate are already underway. So there will be welcoming of other people, other universities into sharing their collaborations, giving us their research progresses, writing certain things that people can read together. And he also felt sorry for the person who departed recently. We were glad to have the DVCAA come in also, and he made his remarks. He said that Makerere is not new to him. He has always been associating with it, and he's always proud working with Makerere. He said the government in Uganda is currently supporting research, something that is phenomenal. And he said it is something that they would wish to benchmark and see how Kenya can also do the same. There is good work that has been done by the ODL team at St. Paul's University, and you can ably see that there is steady progress in terms of switching from the traditional modes into the modern various modes of learning. So the interest now is on what kind of quality it is that we are offering as we are training the learners. So with the approved policy on ODL, we should now look at blended learning and how do we prepare to engage these students virtually, but also qualitatively. He left us with a few questions. What outcomes are we going to obtain, and what are the implications? What do we have as our future plans post-COVID? If we look at the emerging technologies, are they friendly in our current state, and are they suitable? So how do we depend on other platforms? Isn't it possible that we can also generate our indigenous platforms? We should also look at student evaluation and feedback. How do we handle this to be sure that the students are taking the right information and we are giving them feedback, a timely feedback? Then he also said, on issues of continuous assessment, how do we ensure that the awards we are giving are true to the learners' achievements? Because there are certain students who may not participate very well, but just want marks. So finally, he said St. Paul's is a little bit small, but it can be big. So we need to open up, engage, and then we produce the final graduates. And definitely it was his pleasure to have this session open so that work can go on. But he also requested at the end that he would be happy to receive the recording so that when he has an opportunity, then he can go through and see what members we are talking about. Associate Professor Mina appreciated the DVCAA for articulating the needs and the way forward on what is called assured in the programs. And he said that emergency order must adhere to the quality of what is being offered. So the DVCAA has in his remarks talked about like an e-leader who appreciates online pedagogy. And usually if there are to be any innovations and if they are to thrive, you need such leaders. And that was a good thing. There was a quick introduction of the trainers in this training program. 11 of them were talked about, including our deputy principal, the director of the institute, and the academic staff of the IODEL and one technical staff. The question was, what did we expect in these trainings? A number of issues were mentioned from the different participants, but I captured these key things. One, we want to balance face-to-face and online learning. Two, effective ways of delivering blended learning. Three, how do we develop online materials? Four, what skills do we need in assessing learners online? And then the ability to upload the developed courses online. And then finally, how can we make a community of practice between the two universities? So these are core and should be answered by the end of the training. We should go back and say, these were our workshop expectations. Where are we? And then quickly, we went into the introduction of the blended learning terminologies that are used. And I think the four of them were here: distance education, online learning, e-learning, and then blended learning. When you looked at these, we said distance education is learner and teacher are separated in time and space. That's what we said. And therefore, you can say it is a kind of learning where there is social distance in terms of this COVID language. What bridges these two things is that there is some technology used. It is either e-technology or print technology. So you can as well call it remote learning. Then when we talked about online learning, it was about using of computers to link the learners and the facilitators. So it is kind of like distance learning that uses technology. So you can see there is an issue of internet, or at least a platform that bridges these two people. So in brief, you can say it is an improved version of distance education. And in the near future, there was a term somebody was saying, it could be possible that distance learning shall be replaced with either online or e-learning. And therefore, internet is a key ingredient in this mode of learning because it is talking about online. Now, with e-learning, it is about technologies, and these technologies may be on the internet, but they can also be out of the internet. For example, you're using a projector, you're using a PowerPoint presentation, you are using a mobile phone, you may use a phone with or without internet, and then you do some learning. Then with blended, there is the word fusion. So it is a mixture of learning modes, face-to-face and online. So Professor Paul called it purposive integration of learning technologies, or a careful fusion of learning technologies. You're looking at the traditional, you're looking at the modern, and you're putting them together, properly planned on how you can achieve the intended learning outcomes. And then there was a question which was asked, do we talk about blended learning in terms of face-to-face and then online, or we can also have blended learning purely online? And the answer was, it is possible on either end. Even in traditional learning, there can be blending. Even in online learning, there can also be blending. The issue is how you have done it, the methodology of what you want to do. Then we were also given a very quick tour of a course that has been well designed on the Makerere University webmail, not webmail, but learning management system, which is a Moodle platform called Research Methodology, which has a title and has a course code, has a welcome message. It has the links to the vital resources, gives us resources and tools which are going to be used, and then is arranged in terms of sections, covering different weeks with different activities, which we refer here as activities. It also gives us an evaluation in terms of a group cafe where people can meet and share and discuss, and also have forums for each of the activities. And in each of the units, there is a provision for a reflection quiz, which is not graded for purposes of learning only. And then we are also given a tour into one of the units to see what is within this course. So in each of the course units, there is a learning outcome, there is indicative content. That is what comes on the first page. On the second page, you're looking at the activities, the activities that somebody should engage in. So you look at the purpose, you look at the overview, which gives you the role as a learner, preparatory research, which gives you resources for the learners to use in the learning, and then you follow it with activities, okay? The activities are to engage the learners. If you have read, if you have watched a film, if you have watched a video, can you do for me this? This is what we call the activities. But also you need to guide the students on how much time is required for them to do this and which deadlines they should work within. So having toward the LMS and having agreed that by the end of the day, that's what we want to see. Then the question was, when we talk of blended learning, where do we base ourselves? What are the theoretical underpinnings? And Dr. Godfrey Mayende took us through quite a number of them, which I'm also going to go through very quickly here. Number one was instruct. The word is instruct, and the other one is construct. When you look for the dictionary, you see that instruct is really teacher-centered because there is somebody who is imparting knowledge. So he's giving instructions, others are listening, others are simply following. But with construction, there is collaboration. So that we have the teacher and the learner creating the knowledge and even to some extent learning from one another. Now, when you add social on the word constructivism, then you're bringing peer now, peer collaboration and scaffolding. So there is co-construction of knowledge through critical thinking. Therefore, we have members working together as a team. Number three was about transformative, transform. So it means that when learning takes place, there should be some change of behavior and skills in the person who is involved in the learning. So we look at this one as Imagine Education, where we focus on the future because we cannot transform the past. We can only transform now and going forward. So it means that the approaches we use must click into the future, okay? Look at those sectors which form the life situations and not the history per se. And Richard said, can we now try to address things of what if? That's why sometimes we want to call this visionary learning. Then with connectivism, it means that one can only be as knowledgeable as the network he or she has. The more connections you have, the more information you have, and the more knowledge you have. So meaning that when we are giving learners the activities, we need to look for how do we connect them as widely as possible. Which materials can we give them that can give them as much information as possible so that then they can give us, they can learn. Then on competence-based learning, we have to be contextual here, that our teaching must ensure there is a match with our expectations. So what competencies are we looking at? These should come out very well. Student-centered learning, I think that is very clear. The student is at the center. So we are looking at their needs and their priorities, but also we are kind of like solving problems. So the activity-based, okay, where learners are totally in charge of their learning. Then with flipped classroom, I think it was Bukenya who kind of explained this. He said, learning takes place outside class. Why? You have given students the resources. Remember in the course tour we did, there is a section of resources. You've given them videos, you've given them handouts, you've given them PowerPoints, you said read. So they have done the reading, they have information. But in the process of reading, there are questions which are going to arise. I am reading, but I'm not understanding this. There will be some key discussion points which will come out. So when you organize a face-to-face class or an online class, you are doing what we call troubleshooting. You're trying to handle those areas that the students need clarity in. So we need to learn these things because you see, these theoretical underpinnings eventually determine what it is that we are going to do as we design our courses. And then we went into the module design, which should be the first activity, which is practical, about developing intended learning outcomes, which was handled by Dr. Jamia Mayanja. And she said that intended learning outcomes should address knowledge, competencies, and skills, but also attitudes. In simple terms, we call these, what are the key take away or walk away with from the course. Meaning that if I do your course, what is it that you're going to enable me to do that I wouldn't do if I had not attended your course? And we said these ones can be written for a program, they can be written for a course, they can as well be written for a topic. Okay, so these ELOs should determine what content you're going to teach. Unlike in the past, where we would have content first, now you begin by looking at what should my learners pick out of this. The moment you have those intended learning outcomes, then you determine, so what can I teach so that they can then become what I want them to become? So that is why we say that the intended learning outcomes are going to help a lot when we are aligning our courses, the constructive alignment. You look at the activities, you look at the resources, you look at the assessments, and you make sure they speak to one another. And then we were also led to understand that there exists a difference between learning objectives and learning outcomes. One is teacher-centered, the other is learner-centered. The learning outcomes, we are looking at what the learner will be able to do. But the objectives seem to look at the teacher, how am I going to deliver this content? So in doing these learning outcomes, we have been told that we need to follow the Bloom's taxonomy. And remember, when you're looking at the Bloom's taxonomy, you look at it in terms of levels. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, create, and then you're there. So when we are stating them, we should also have that in our minds. There are those who recall knowledge, you're seeking for knowledge. When you have knowledge, what do you do with it? Okay, so the end product should be on the creation level. I'm able to do this. And Jamia has ably given us examples. We need to use achievable verbs, which we actually call action verbs, because an action verb is easy for us to measure at the end of the day. That's why we say that when we are writing these intended learning outcomes, we should speak to the learner. Start with an action verb, show the learning statement, and then contextualize it as you conclude your intended learning outcome. From this, there were some practical exercises where we were given work to do, and I think we did it. But what we must agree at the end of the day is we should start our intended learning outcomes with a root statement. By the end of this course, you should be able to, and then now when you're stating, you come back and ask yourself, what does the Bloom's taxonomy say? What do the verbs say? And Richard has said he's going to share with us a list of the verbs, the action verbs, and possibly the Bloom's taxonomy that should be able to guide us as we write our intended learning outcomes. I thank you so much. Sorry, I have taken a bit long, but I thought I should mention all this. Thank you and God bless you. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you so much, Arthur, for that recap. Really, if someone came in this meeting late, they have really got a reminder of what happened, or at least information on what happened. Those of us who attended have got to know what really happened. So just two short activities. I'd like some closing remarks from our colleagues from St. Paul's University, and then we have closing remarks from our side. So Suleiman.
Thank you very much, Richard. I think my request would be for those, I would want to take a screenshot of those of us in attendance, at least the ones I can see on my screen. If they could, if those ones without images especially could unmute just for 1 second, if you can, where you are, I just take a screenshot with your permission. Kindly.
You want to unmute the volume or the video?
No, unmute the image,
Okay.
not the image. Thank you, everyone. I just want to take a screenshot of that, kindly. Okay. I think I've done that. I'll do the other bits later on. So I think for me, I'll just say I'm grateful for the presentation, but I would request one of us who was my colleague to give a vote of thanks, and if Grace may have something else, perhaps she may add. And I'm not picking anyone in for any reason, but just one of us, Ukaiko, kindly, or Jambo, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Kaiwe, for this opportunity. And it's such an honor to have been part of this training today. We want to thank all who made it possible today. We have been trained by other trainers before, as you know, and it has been such an honor to be
Okay, the sound
which also showed us, and we are being trained. Sorry, I valued the ability to be able to actually give our thoughts and ideas in that mentee, and then that was used even as we were being trained. So it was a fantastic opportunity to see it being used. We also learned a lot about thinking about the learner. The learner has to be at the center of what we're doing, and also that the flipped idea is really, I think, at the core of what we're talking about when we're talking about online learning. It is not just doing business as usual, but we're putting the learner at the center, and we're allowing them to be empowered even as we're facilitating their learning. So I thank you very much for this opportunity to even say thank you to you and to kind of give back what I've learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ukaiko. I had not warned her, so I've just picked her from the list. So Grace, kindly, maybe the closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mwangi. Thank you to our facilitators. Indeed, that was a worthwhile afternoon. We can actually confirm that going by the numbers of participants who are still here with us. I think I saw that number go up to 98%, and to see that over half of those are still online with us, it already tells us that people are really in need of knowledge on blended learning matters, and the motivation is there to actually acquire this knowledge. I think for me, the remark I would want to make is just to say that I admire the synergy that is being projected by this team. I love how it's almost like a blend. When one is stuck, there's always one to get them going, and the interaction and the flow amongst yourselves. I think that is very, very commendable. And I think even as Ukaiko has mentioned, the interactive bits for an afternoon, that is a huge, huge plus. And I think also a challenge to us as educators. Even in our classrooms, I think for some time now, we've been talking about the social presence. We've been so fixated on cultivating the teaching and the cognitive presence. We are good providers of e-resources, but the interaction bit, the collaboration bit, the element that promotes creativity to some extent is ignored. And when you took us through one of your courses, we were able to appreciate the extent to which interaction is being done. And I think that for us is a challenge. My colleagues, that is a challenge to all of us, that let's be socially present in our courses. Let's provide feedback to our students. The psychosocial impact of online education that we conducted a while back revealed that our students perceive online education as an isolated process, and it's a very lonely journey from what they cited. That already tells you that they are yearning to see us there, or to feel our presence more, and to even interact with their colleagues. So I think that is very important. And again, to just say thank you to everyone who is here. But before I leave, perhaps we can click on the reactions. You can see the reactions button on the extreme right. You can click on that and pick a reaction that helps you express what you feel about this session. And I think that will be good, so that our facilitators can see what we feel about that. So I can see a few hand claps coming up. I can see, the tada coming up and all that. Thank you, and we hope to see you for the next session, which is on Thursday, 21st October. That will be our second session. Again, it begins from 2 p.m. to 5 o'clock, and I'm hopeful that then we will be able to observe time in a better way. Thank you, and over to you, Dr. Mwangi.
Thank you very much, Grace, and thank you very much, my colleagues, for participating. We don't take it for granted. I know there is a lot that is going on, and of course, even including the issue of the passing on of our colleague. We really thank you so much. We also thank you, the team from Makerere. Richard, we thank you so much. I know this was just an idea, but I thank God that now it has come to fruition, at least for the first day. We have 3-part series, as we mentioned. The next one is on 21st, and the last one will be on 26th. It's building on each of those. And I think my colleagues have concluded on what we've learned. There's a lot of takeaway home for us and a lot of learning that you've done. And we are so grateful and thanking God for you and for each one of us for being here. So I hand it over to you, Richard, as we end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suleiman, for that. So we're going to have Nazarius. Are you still in? Nazarius?
Yes,
Nazarius.
Richard.
Okay, I'll
Yes,
call
yes.
upon you. We're going to have our senior colleague, Dr. Samuel N. Semenyu, speak on behalf of this team. And then after that, you will give us a closing prayer, Nazarius, yeah?
Okay, thank you very much, Richard.
Dr. Semenyu, after Dr. Semenyu has spoken.
Okay.
So Dr. Semenyu, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Richard. And thank you, friends from St. Paul and colleagues from Makerere for this time we have had together. When Arthur gave us a summary of what we had gone through just this one afternoon, you realize that there was actually a lot that was covered. And we cannot certainly say that we have mastered everything that was said today. I trust these are triggers of thought that we'll need to follow through by trying to put them in practice in our various contexts. So like it is the rule in adult learning, we come to a situation when we have some level of knowledge, we interact with colleagues, it disturbs that level, and we reflect on what we have learned, pushes us to another level. And so that should be really a take home from here, like our colleague and lead collaborator from St. Paul has just said. They say a prophet is less recognized at home. I'm sure a lot of what we have said, we have colleagues that side who could have said it. But because we have the advantage of listening to a strange voice, we listen with a little more attention. So we have learned a lot from participating with you, and we hope that you too have learned similarly. My director, Dr. Mayende, has a faulty connection, so he won't be able to join us for the farewell for this day. And so that's why he asked me to stand in for him and to say thank you to all of you for coming on board. We wish we would have more time for people to participate, because when you have nearly 100 people in a room, it's just not possible to give everybody an opportunity. So the technology enabled us to connect and share what we have shared. Please roll it out, test it in your context, and when we meet again, share with us what you have learned in the process. We'll certainly appreciate. Thank you, and may the good Lord bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Semenyu. So now let me ask my colleague again, Mr. Nazarius, to lead us into a closing prayer, and we call it a training for the day. Nazarius.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Let's humble ourselves and pray. God, Lord, we thank you for today, for today's session. We thank you for colleagues from St. Paul's University in Kenya. We thank you for all our trainers that have trained us, have taken us through these sessions today. God, we pray that as we continue our training, we pray that we master the contents that we have been trained in. We pray that you open our minds, and so that what we have been trained, we put it into practice for the good of the students and for the good of the university. And we pray that the network that has begun today, the link between Makerere and St. Paul's University continues in the future for the good of both institutions and both countries. In God's name I pray.
Amen. So thank you so much, Nazarius. So colleagues, thank you so much. Police from St. Paul, thank you so much. Let's meet again next time. I know next time, that was the first day. We are so happy to be speaking with you. And so we have overshot that time, but sorry, we always keep that time. But today, when you're meeting and greeting, you take a little bit more time, but shall always keep that time from 2 to 5. So see you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mwangi, for all the
Thank you,
arrangements.
Richard. Yeah.
Please mobilize colleagues to be around. I'm
We'll
going to send
do
out
the best.
task that we usually do as our first task of stating learning outcomes. I'll send it to you, Suleiman, later today. So
and if you could also send a summary, that summary was very good because it will help a lot.
All right.
Yes.
So after you can email me that summary of the recap of today, I'll attach it to the email that I'm going to write out. So thank you so much. I wish you a nice time. Bye-bye and God bless you.
Bye. Nice evening, everyone. Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.